I'm playing. Magic. I'm smoking on what am I smoking on today? I would go with my normal strain Ashley Babbitt, but I wanted to try something a little different today. Today we're smoking on Sansal's ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. That's what we're smoking on today. All right. Let's boot that Diablo up.
I don't know if this photo was staged, but it is historically proven fact that children did work in coal mines and factories.
Do I have Diablo 3 installed? I'm uninstalling Diablo 3. This motherfucker's running. The whole point of me buying these fucking things is that they don't run, but this one wants to. Uh, uninstall all these dumbass games. Morning, John John. I've decided I'm just not going. Let me repair all my stuff.
My eyes can only watch so much. The great axe of the Oxen tribe has gone missing from the forge. It's a tribe.
You need steel work? Repairs? Finest quality.
What did he take?
Scrolls from the Forbidden Archive. It's the means to summon a lesser evil.
He what? Which bloody one? Oh, of course we don't know. The lesser evils are second in power only to the prize. If Elias can summon one to his control, he could drown us all in blood.
No, I'm just deciding not to go into that. I wrote them an email telling them, yeah, this is kind of fucked up. It's not a privilege for me to work for y'all. Y'all can't do what you need to do without me and my coworkers. That's not very respectful. Jun, 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 jun.
I'm out of essence.
Ooh. I upgraded my fucking wand for nothing. Did all those upgrades for literally no reason. Keep that, but kind of sucks.
These vermin imagine they can take our land as they please. We must often remind them otherwise. Let's see what you can do.
Daughter of hatred demands blood.
I'm not ready yet.
A fine heart for my master.
Clean kill. The Forge Master was right to send you. You might just survive.
Survive what?
Take my skeletons. Pull up with my skeletons. I'm gonna pull up with my skeletons.
Bless you. We all pitched in and scrounged up a proper reward for you. It's yours.
Check our markets. Maybe avoid seeing me again?
I cannot make this right now.
Skelly gang. Morning, Ellie. How you feeling?
Not while I'm in town.
What did he take?
I'm not ready yet. I'm out of essence. I'm low on essence. And lack the required essence.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. I fuck with Necromancer. I've loved Necromancer since Diablo 2. I didn't play LOD until my first job, though, because my first job was literally at GameStop. It was one of the first things I used my discount on. It's kind of crazy. I can actually remember, like, unboxing the PC games, like, not like in jewel cases, but like legit, just like cardboard boxes like PC games used to come in, and then putting those on the fucking box.
I need more essence.
Eventually they started making like the games for Windows, like plastic cases. PC games were a free-for-all in terms
I
of,
need more time.
there was like no standard box the way that there was a standard with like console games. So you had all kinds of shapes of boxes.
I'd expect more from
all
a man
kinds of
civilized as
windows
this.
and flaps and
Let's search the house.
Velcro and all kinds of silliness. Sometimes they'd be box in a box type deals. It was silly.
I need more time.
Tread carefully. Elias could still be close. See what you can find.
Today, Master Elias called at my door. I had trouble.
What up, Mama
with
M
words,
Media?
so
Yeah, God forbid it was a
showed him
special
my
edition. Yeah.
carvings. He said he could see my pain in them. The pain of a lonely man who had learned to.
It was also crazy how GameStop got voted like the worst job to have in America. What was it, like
Our
2011?
mother, Lilith found me beautiful. He said there are others like me as well. And together, we will build the new world.
What a damn mess. Burning hells! We're too late. Elias is long gone. This Genbar is our summoner.
How can you be certain?
Isn't it obvious? Elias finds Genbar alone, friendless, full of anger. So he plays him like a fiddle, offers him Lilith's love and a part in his grand delusion. Then he gives him tools to express his anger.
Summoning scrolls.
Very perceptive. Who knows how long Genbar has stewed in this madness? Let's hope he can still be questioned.
I think I'm talking to Paradigm today. Put this out. Handle some business.
Oh, Mother, thank you for opening my eyes. Your hatred fills my heart. I cannot feel my hands from working.
Genbar, you poor fool.
Thank you for sending Master Elias to show me the way. I long for the day when we stand by your side and set the cleansing fire. Visitors? Did Master Elias send you?
Yes. Well, yes, in fact, he did. Ours is a very important mission. We have something for the Master, but we had heard he was with you. Do you know where he is?
Liar! Dirty pig's-born liar! The Master has all he needs! Rise now, my wretches, to me!
I need more
a demon. Watch your ass.
Lack the required essence.
Oh, Elias. How vicious you've become.
I'm not ready yet.
No shit. Did that take away my bloodstorm? I think it did. Blood mist, yeah. Did. It's wild.
Bad news first. Gembar was expecting someone. It seems Elias has turned others to his madness. Taught them to summon too, I'd wager. You heard Gembar. The Master has all he needs. They're about to do something drastic.
And the good news?
Elias gave us a gift, remember? This demon he sent to kill us, it is unique. Clue. Tell us where it came from. I must have it brought to Cad Bardu for examination. Lead me to my work.
Maybe I should upgrade my corpse tentacle. Sounds kind of.
At last, Elias's pet demon is inside, ready for the knife.
Could Elias know we survived his attack?
Oh, he knows. And that means we are running out of time. Come, let's see if his demon ate something useful.
It was protecting that fool. Genma.
This is Elias's work. But where is he? The answer lies in the stomach. This is delicate. A soft noble's hand. Elias would have to feed this thing with more than fancy boots.
That's someone's son.
Or daughter.
We should burn demons.
This is wrong.
This medallion bears the crest of the ruler of the royal house of Gulran.
Former ruler.
Obviously.
That's enough, old man. The dead deserve respect.
The dead deserve nothing when the living are in danger. Now Gulran has a new ruler, and we have Elias to thank for it.
The dead may be worthless to you, but that medallion could bring peace to those still mourning.
Fine. If we are to find Elias, then we must also travel to Gulran. Meet me there, and be swift about it.
Well, you know he smells crazy, dog. My man is all up in them demon guts and just wiping his hands off like that. Walking through Dookie, not showering, just fucking drinking and passing out in the street. Oh my god, yo, what the
Go to the
fuck?
cliffs. We'll find help there.
That man stank. Oh, that man smells crazy. I was gonna say, I know I had a soda. Dog, this grind is so real. I'm not even gonna... I need to someone because this grind is getting old. There's Dustin. Shit just melts when I hit it with that fucking spear.
The required essence. I need more time. I'm low on essence. burden is too great.
Yo, Michael Hassler, thank you. Or is it follow? Yo, Left Flank Vets, thank you for the raid. What's happening? How you feeling? Stay a while and listen. Yo, introduce myself. I'm Endless Cemetery. I'm from Baltimore. I cover the news and stuff. You guys know what. Look at me. Look at my room. You know what I do. You can tell what kind of streamer I am immediately. I don't need to tell you anything you don't already know, what you probably already watched Twitch for. I very much do. What up, Wilco? How's everybody doing? I'm just playing some Diablo 4. We're smoking on that Oceana sea liner submarine. I unfortunately do not have a Logitech 533 controller to use. But yeah. But yeah, I talk about black people shit. I don't know how else to say it. Motherfuckers talk mad shit about me on here, but at the end of the day, I don't say anything different than what's already been said. Smoking that mini sub kush. Well, yeah, we're playing Diablo 4 and just geeking, memeing, having a good time. You know what I mean? Enjoying. It's not quite a nice Baltimore day. It's a little rainy, a little shitty out, but that's what we're doing. Thank you for the follows, everyone. I appreciate you. Happy belated Juneteenth, everyone. Oh, they're so dead. They're so fucking dead. I was just explaining this to my friend last night. Like, do you know how fucking long it took them just to find the Titanic, bro? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Let me hit town so I can holler at y'all for a minute. They fucking, do you understand how long it took them just to find the Titanic? That big ass boat? Now you're looking for basically a fucking, an 04 Scion XA piloted by a fucking Player 2 Mad Catz controller? Nah, they're dead. They're fucking dead. They're definitely dead. They should be, if I'm not mistaken, they're probably like just now running out of air. Billionaires choose to die by iron lung. What a way to die. That's so fucked. I would've, if I was going on that trip, I would've bought the blicky with me, like just in case that happened. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta either wait to suffocate or die of starvation or thirst. Like, those are your three options. What's that put the Titanic at on the body count? I don't know. I don't know. The Titanic is definitely fucking positive. That's like a fucking like 3 million KD. Your last breath is fart fumes. Your last breath is your dead man's. +5, that's a, what is that, a multi-kill? That's a multi-kill. The Titanic is just getting feeds at this point. Like, the Titanic is just stat padding. It's kind of crazy.
Not while I'm in
Took
town.
James Cameron 16 months to plan the trip to the Titanic, and he hired an expert at finding these motherfuckers duct tape. Maybe the Orcas sabotaged it? Yo, Orca solidarity. Because they're black just like us. It's like, nah, they didn't have solidarity. They could have did that shit to the slave ships, but they chose not to. Psych! Oh, man. The thing was only certified to go down like 1,300 meters, and Titanic is like 4 kilometers down. I feel like you don't have to be a structural engineer to know you can't pilot an 04 Scion XA with a fucking Logitech Player 2 controller to the bottom of the ocean and expect that shit to go right. It's just a feeling. But peace out, Marcus. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for coming through and hanging out for a minute. Titanic Rich Killer Hadoken has huge DPS but a long cooldown. We call this balance in the gaming industry. What up, OnlyFacts? What up, Maggie? How soon before they kill each other to conserve oxygen because they have no food? Nah, they're already dead. They're dead right now. They are dead. I said last night, there's a lot of corpses on the fucking crest of Mount Everest that used to be really fucking motivated people. Rest assured, those people are dead. What is it? 12:09 Eastern Daylight Savings Time. They are dead. That dude Zoot, thank you for the follow. I think I'm gonna talk to Paradigm Shift. What up, Allie? Cannibalism imminent? Nah, they're not gonna be strong enough. They're not gonna have enough air for that. Because you try to kill a motherfucker with your bare hands and you start screaming and shit. They are already dead. They are dead. You know the screen where you get clapped in Resident Evil where it's like, you are dead. That scream played for them 3 hours ago. They are dead. Death by Iron Man. Geo Jim, thank you for the follow. Joe Lewis. The Notorious, what's good? Left flank vents ready to go.
I need more essence.
Marcus ready to go. I was expecting to just chill and be a fucking 6-viewer Andy today with just Ellie and like my mods, whoever popped in from Paradigm, but hell yeah, shout out to fucking Morbin, or you know it, steady Morbin. Have y'all seen the Kraven the Hunter fucking trailer yet? That shit looks sheesh. I don't know what to make of it. Truly don't know what to make of it. Unplanned wealth distribution. Yes, Fredbot. Absolutely. Unplanned wealth distribution. Spontaneous wealth redistribution. The one dude's kid is at like Warp Tour or some shit like that. Just like fucking fit checking on the gram. That shit's fucking hilarious. Chilling with Blink 182. Hell yeah. What'd I say? Warp Tour? Do they even still do Warp Tour? My dad would have wanted me to be here. Yeah, hell yeah. He's laying on the bottom, fucking freezing to death, choking on his own farts and the scent of his dead homies. Like, I just hope my son is meeting a girl at the rock show right now.
Oh, she's gone. I can't believe it.
I really need my son to be meeting a girl at the rock show.
Good of you to come. Pity you didn't bring an army or siege works.
What up, OpenGL?
Elias is here.
Gone to the palace, no doubt.
The stepdad decided to go play Sea Cucumber at 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Nothing he could do about it. Why let a good concert go to waste? Facts. I'd be at the show. I've definitely done way
How many messages
for
did I send?
way fucking less
How long
famous
has
shows.
Odin been missing? Trapped in there with those butchers?
MB Radicat,
She
I
may be
appreciate
the
that
only one
follow.
left who knows of the tunnel.
OpenGL, thank you for the follow. Hope my boy is foot deep in some pussy, some pedassi,
of course not.
some cutty. I just really hope my son is getting some cutty while I suffocate on the bottom of the
But
ocean.
it's clear you have some other reason to seek this.
The family line is going to need a few more babies to carry on. Maybe the father's last thoughts were on procreating. We can't even watch them on the camera. I don't mean I don't want to watch them die, but there's no monitor, no communication. Must be awful. Who planned this fucking shit? It's this. The more I hear about this fucking sub, that's the only reason I became interested in the first place. Like, I heard some random mini sub was lost. Cool, whatever. Then I heard that they were trying to go to the bottom of the fucking ocean and look at the Titanic with it. And I'm like, what? And then I heard that they were piloting it with a fucking Logitech controller. Then I was like, okay, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. The scale of fake it till you make it is crazy. Yeah, that's some wild shit. I'd be mad as fuck if I was just some like part-time employee and I'm just the only person that knows how to play video games, so I am the de facto submersible pilot. And they already fired a dude for saying, hey, this thing is going to get crushed. You cannot take this thing. It is not seaworthy to those depths. And I'd just die on the ocean floor with these weird ass fucking billionaires that have like fucking like baby blood coursing through their veins or whatever. Weird ass Botox injections. Oh my god, that shit is kind of hit.
I cannot.
Fuck was that thing hitting me with?
I need more essence.
Some stuff. I also gotta sell some shit. I'm gonna sell some shit. They weren't even seeing the Titanic, actually. They were only seeing a monitor pre-recorded screening of another dive while they are close to it. What? Wow. So they're just like completely sealed in. It's like the elevator at the Sears Tower or at the Willis Tower, except you never actually get out of the elevator. You just see pictures of how tall you're up in the air. Like you just see photos from the roof deck, like inside the elevator. And then it takes you back down and you, wow, that's, wow. Any racist want to fight? Nah, I don't think we're doing that, YBE, but, how you doing? Happy belated Juneteenth. I don't think we have any of those in here at the moment. This is truly the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard. Like, truly the dumbest way to die. One of the dumbest ways to die, anyway. Yeah, weirdly enough, there's only specific people that when they come in here, when I talk to them, that's when the trolls come in. So I just don't have those people in my chat anymore, and the trolls stop coming in. It's weird. You know what I mean? But this is not. This is the opposite of the troll. This was like the last thing I expected to happen today. This is actually pretty fucking tight. It's a fucking left flank vets raid. I don't have. You've probably noticed. You can't sub to me. I'm not an affiliate. I terminated my affiliate contract. I am on YouTube. If you want to go to my YouTube channel, subscribe to me there. Or if you want to, if you're like super bricked up to send me money, you can just hit ! Dono. I don't believe in the, cause I'm like, cause here's the other thing, right? Is I'm like working class as fuck. Donate. Sorry, I'm like working class as fuck. I literally operate a forklift for a living. So some days and weeks I'm like just not feeling it. You know what I mean? I work 12-hour shifts. Like I fucking might just not feel like playing video games and having weird ass racists troll my fucking shit on any given night. You know what I mean? So I don't believe in the whole subscription shit. But if you want to throw some dollars at me, you want to HBO, then that's how you do that. But yeah, I can't really give you a schedule. I'm still trying to settle back into a defined schedule. Right now I'm thinking I might go back to Mondays, Thursdays, and Monday, Tuesday, or wait, I'm sorry. Might go back to Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at fucking 7 p.m. We'll say 7. Might go back to that. Haven't decided. But yeah. I'm streaming now. And I'm gonna be streaming a lot in the future, so. But sometimes I'm just not into it. Hoop-de-hoo. PP in a big house. I gotta heal my shit and sell a bunch of this shit. Why don't I do the affiliate thing? Principle, literally yes. But also just cause y'all don't have to see ads. It's like not worth it to, because ads also make people leave your channel. Hey, thank you for the tip. 420. I don't have to repair anything. All right, but yeah, I terminated my affiliate contract because I multi-stream. Like I stream to YouTube at the same time, which apparently you're not going to be allowed to do anymore at all anyway. But that's why I originally did it. Also because yeah, I don't really want to support Amazon / Twitch. Also, you don't have to see ads, so like everyone wins. When I don't, like like if you think about it this way, there's like Twitch partners who don't even fuck with their contract. You know what I mean? So like, why would you be an affiliate? Especially since you can literally just buy affiliate status. Like it's, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me personally, but it kind of just seems like a scam to turn your money into like bits or whatever. I'm trying to focus on YouTube actually. It's just that I'm being lazy. Like I'm procrastinating. I have YouTube content that I'm like sitting on right now that I have to finish about like you know, labor history in the neighborhood that I grew up in. I'll bring y'all in for a minute while I talk about this. So I'm originally from, not originally, but I grew up in a town called Relay in Baltimore County, Maryland, and it's one of the It's a very, very historical like town, very important town to American history. The video I'm working on right now that I need to finish, that I have like 75 to 80% done, is like I have the script for it written, and I have recorded some B-roll shots. I just need to record the narration. Is like this video on the Thomas Viaduct, which is the stone bridge in the Patapsco Valley. That's like right past when you get to the entrance to the Patapsco State Park at the Avalon shelter. You see this bridge. It's, I believe, the second oldest stone bridge in the world. It might be the oldest, but it's the second oldest stone bridge. It's the oldest stone bridge with a curvature like this, the first of its kind. That's still in use by CSX, that still has trains ran on it to this day. Pause. You know, they built it, I think they finished building it in 1835. And whenever you Wikipedia it, it talks, of course, about like Benjamin Latrobe, and you know, it's called the Thomas Viaduct because the president of the company that built it was named, his last name was Thomas. But they, like, no one ever talks about the actual people who built it, the laborers who fucking forded the river and, you know, carved the stones and poured the fucking crete and wrought the iron. Like, the people who literally built it, you know what I mean? They were Irish immigrants, and lots of Italian immigrants as well. Or excuse me, Irish immigrants, German immigrants, and of course free and enslaved African Americans. And they worked in fucking crazy ass conditions. There's an anecdote in the book that I read about it. If you're into trains and you're into, I'm playing Diablo. If you're into trains, it's just anecdotal history about this shit, but this is what I call true class warfare. There's an anecdote about how when they were building Frederick Road, which is one of the roads in Catonsville that used to lead to the train to this area, to Relay, there were two convict workers who were highwaymen that were the shovelmen to pave the road, that actually beat their overseers to death with the shovels. Fucking yeah, that's real class warfare for you. But yeah, based based and labor pilled. But yeah, the video is essentially about that, and I kind of want to do a bunch of different videos about Relay. That bridge in particular was super important because the first telegraph pole in the world, in the entire world, was planted in that town. Abraham Lincoln crossed that fucking bridge to deliver the Gettysburg Address. Fucking Frederick Douglass fucking crossed that bridge, get his freedom, I think. Like, yeah, just a lot of history. And I fuck with labor history heavily. Also, shout out to Alki. If you're not subscribed to Alki on YouTube, he does a lot of really cool fucking like anarchist and like organized labor history, like American history. Believe it or not, my birthday is actually on the anniversary of the Battle of Blair Mountain. Every year for my birthday, I like to talk about that shit on here. It's kind of cool. Bunch of coal miners got so fucking lit that they had to call the fucking army in on them. And they didn't even actually lose, they just gave up because they didn't want to fight anymore.
Got a score to settle?
Need steel work? Repairs?
I shot my own B-roll? No, I have a drone. Oh. Actually, here it is, right? I got a drone. I 3D printed this propeller guard for it to contain it while it's closed up so the props aren't like flopping everywhere, but oh yeah, I'm also a 3D printer. I don't know if you could see my printers in the back. I 3D print things. Things like I 3D print things like these. If you know, you know. So if you'd like to make a small sacrifice to my channel, perhaps I might print you one of these and send it to you. Yeah, I knew this job I have now was too good to be true and it was gonna fuck me over and I was getting way too much money. So I figured I would just milk it while I could, and I got a bunch of really cool stuff. Got a drone, fucking VR helmet. So I can design things in 3D for my 3D printers. About to get a new 3D printer. And I'm about to get my Part 107 license. Because that's the thing that sucks is you need a that's the other reason why I haven't done a whole lot of YouTube stuff with my drone B-roll is that in the event that people actually start subscribing to me and I start making money off of it, I could get fined by the FAA because it would be considered commercial use of my drone and you have to have a commercial aircraft license. It's a Part 107C. Part 107 certificate. Yeah, stop Cop City. Yo, what's up, Nabil? That police fuckery is kind of wild. Oh, let me see what's up with Paradigm. So we're gonna talk to Paradigm Shift for a minute. I'm just gonna chill in town, right? And can I make this a window? I can. Already. All right. I'm gonna call Paradigm. Let me set my joint. Workers are based. ACAB. If you hit this. But yeah. Let me call all Paradigm. I'm also gonna turn my camera off for a minute, so. What's up, Arun? All orcas are based.
Yo, if you can give me like just 2 minutes, I just want to do something funny for the chat real quick.
Bet. I'm gonna fix my camera really quick too.
Copy.
So I can put my video up in the Discord.
Let's go. Okay, I'll do the same.
Turn my camera on. All right, here we go. Hey, Dad the Noob, I appreciate you. Yeah, I was just explaining earlier, I'm not an affiliate. I terminated my affiliate contract because it's just a bunch of different reasons, but basically you don't have to see ads when you come to my channel since I'm not affiliate, so. But that's how you can do !donate or !tip if you want to send me money. I appreciate it. Happy belated Juneteenth, everyone. We had Juneteenth on this last Monday. My black ass was at work, working for free at that, so it is what it is. But yeah, shout out to Arun. Let me do some shout outs really quick while I got you all here. And I'm just waiting for Paradigm to assemble himself. So we got shout out Arun in the house. Got Arun in the house. We got Nabil. For real. We got Nabil for real. Hey, Scooter Thug, thank you for the fucking follow. Would I do an interview on being a streamer? I mean, sure. I don't really consider myself a streamer. This is probably the largest audience I've ever had right now. But yeah. Let's see who else we got up in here. Shout out Dad the Noob. Shout out YBE. Do I have a business email? Yeah. Just like whisper me or something. Thanks again for watching and following, everyone. Let me also, you know what? While we're doing this, let me introduce y'all, because I make music. I don't anymore. But if you like video game music, and also just because we're waiting, I don't want you guys to be sitting in complete silence while we get our stuff together. You already know what that is. You know what that means. Let's do this. If you played Perfect Dark, let me know in chat. If you played Perfect Dark back in the day, before the new millennium, before the dawn of the new millennium, let me know if you remember this track and what it's from. Let me know in chat.
Yo, I'm almost there. I swear to God. I
You're
swear
good,
to God, this is the funniest shit ever.
Still in the womb? Ah, you missed. You missed it. Nary a twinkle of your dad's eye. I feel you. I'm old. Lady Goldeneye, yes. Yes. Honestly, superior to Goldeneye, if we're gonna keep it all the way 100. Superior to Goldeneye. When Rare Replay dropped, word, it didn't, that was all well and good, but it didn't really do it justice. It was just kind of a thing where you had to be there, because we were all used to playing with those dog shit ass controls, so it didn't feel like, it felt, I don't know. The hype was real, especially when GoldenEye came out, but definitely, certainly for Perfect Dark. Perfect Dark is one of my favorite games of all time, I would say. The amount of hours I sunk into Perfect Dark and hearing this music that we're listening to, right? Not this music specifically, but this is my personal remix. I made this my interpretation of that menu screen music. I gave it away what it is, but yeah, this is the combat simulator music from Perfect Dark. That no other GoldenEye was as good as the original GoldenEye. Yeah, that shit was mid. The PS2 GoldenEye and then the GoldenEye that they dropped on the DS was hype because that was one of the first-person shooters on the DS, but that shit was still mid in comparison to the original GI. Rogue Agent, that's what it was called on the DS too, yeah. Yo, thank you. Thank you for the follow. This music goes hard. Thank you. This is yeah, rated with LFV. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
All right, turning on my camera.
Yeah,
Deactivate.
this music is from this is the, if you played Perfect Dark back in the days, like I said, before the dawn of the new
I know you
millennium.
talking. Sorry.
Nah. Yeah, it's from the combat simulator on Perfect Dark from 1998. I believe that game came out. That menu
You
music,
had to be there.
You had to be there. I flipped it, made it a beat, and that's what you're hearing.
It's the dun 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 dun. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes. You know what pissed me off about that game? Turn Endless up. That's surprising. I can hear him loud, but it's probably different between what I hear and what y'all hear. I should just use Wave. I have a Wave microphone for this specific reason, to use Wave audio, and then I just don't use it. Okay, and then we capture for 420, which should be this one, and then raise that up.
Hey.
Cut that, raise that, slide that, and boom. Yo, pop a 40 and check your rollies. It's crime time. So I heard that we were going to be the saviors of the black race, and I wanted to confront you about that because I feel like that shouldn't be our position. You know, I've heard a lot of things about you, and you know, I'm just here to, you know, G-check you one anyway. Hi, what you doing? Hey, yo, how you doing, brother?
I'm chilling, man. How you feeling? Oh, let me cut this.
You know what? You know what? Surprisingly better. I recognize, or I think, like, to get personal about it, it's like I think my dad recognizes that, like, I don't really need him because the last thing I needed him for was like a place to stay because, you know, rent's as high as shit.
Yeah,
I'm not,
especially where.
Yo, I just got offered a full-time job.
Let's go.
Right, but it's a temporary full-time from now till October, possibly through January. And I looked up how much I'd be making before taxes and after taxes. I still couldn't afford an apartment.
Oh yeah, that's where I'm at right now with my current job. How much I make now and where that factory is. Yeah, cannot live there. That shit's kind of crazy.
And I would have to like get roommates and shit. And I'm just like, all of that would have to be set up before I accepted the offer because like what am I doing bouncing back and forth around up and down? So it's like, in theory, like fun. I'll do the job because, you know, obviously is money that's not Twitch, you know, and shit. But like, I already felt that capitalistic, soulless, like, there's me giving up on my dreams at the first shot. Somebody gives me enough to eat, you know, like.
Yeah, that's rough. I'm trying to make a similar transition. I just accepted my first contract for a drone footage gig, real estate gig. I just have to make sure I get my part 107 before I actually do that shit. But yeah, So I'm trying to do that, but people in my chat know my work situation's been kind of fucked up for.
Oh, I saw. I was there. I'm sorry I didn't say anything, but I was there. I heard everything. Yeah. No, fuck that shit. That's that goofy shit that I kept telling people, and that's why because when you're hold on, give me 1 second. My dad's technologically can't hear me. Turn on the Bluetooth setting on your phone, then it'll pop up when you open the case in the setting. Go to settings. I promise you, you got this. It says it word for word. You can't miss it.
Yeah, my roommate's a communist. We actually used to do a podcast. We might start it back up, but
the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
I was there. He said, I went to Philly and T-Rex had your chain on. That's a lie. I was there.
You were actually for real just here though on that wild ass fucking night. I told you it gets funky out here, didn't I?
Yo, and the way I explained that to my chat, and then at the end I told them, I was like, yo, if y'all really think this didn't happen, yo, I was videoing somebody, y'all know, right? All it was going down. I can't believe he said that shit. I know he was being like, he wanted to get a drink or whatever, and he's like, fuck Baltimore, but I'm like, bro, even as a joke, if them niggas over there that squatted up hear you, I can't get you out of that.
And it's fucked up. I was gonna say the most fucked up part is that that specific crowd go to that part of town because that's I don't know if you could tell with the cobblestones and shit. That's like the more gentrified area. So
I told him because I'm sorry to cut you off, but I told him again. It's been so long since I've been there, but I told you about. Light Street, 300 Light Street.
Yeah. But I'm saying those niggas go there for that smoke specifically to do that. So that would have been the most unfortunate fucking thing in the world.
Oh my God. I'm so glad I didn't used to not go out at night when I was down there. But yeah, that was, that and then that nigga saying he was like his girl popping up and being like, they lucky it wasn't me because I'd have aired this whole shit out. I was like, damn, son.
Yes. I had no clue what was going on. I just put two and two together because I heard you on the phone, and I just so happened to be picking up some Taco Bell and cruising through that area on the way home at the same time. And I just seen bikes was out. Wait a minute, it's 11:30 at night.
Yo, the bikes. They drove past us on the way to the second place. Yo, the bikes. Yeah. Oh my God. Yo. Okay. So to put us back on track, you did say you wanted to talk to me about something or extrapolate a conversation. I'm down to make some content. What's poppin'?
Not debate or anything. Just kind of fucking freestyle.
Yeah.
I forget what was the tweet. Let's just consult the tweet. I forget exactly.
Yeah. Oh, everybody heard that. There was a tweet, and it's like it's not from anybody you like, guys.
Right, it's just us two. I forget. I think it was a Candace Owens joint.
It was a Candace Owens tweet. Let me see if I can just get it through the notifications. Yeah. There's two of them.
Yeah. It was if I'm remembering it correctly, it was the whole ghetto thing.
Yes. She said black culture has been very ghettofied and. There are plenty of black or white commentators that will capitulate to the idea of progress because, we got Juneteenth. And I was like, big if true. That's wow, yo. But so I had this thought outside of it, like if I wanted to be contrarian, if I wanted to be like, okay, I'm president now, how do I save the black community type shit? Got to put myself in them shoes because that's the shoes she's putting herself in.
Right.
And I thought to myself, I don't think it's fair that black people get held to a standard of like having quote unquote ghetto culture.
Correct.
When it's like the Jeffrey Dahmers, the cult leaders, the not even the be funny, but
David
like
Koresh's.
Right, like you get all of these people doing this mind warp shit that traumatizes generations of people. led to Alex Jones, which led to the denial of standing, like all of these ripple effects. And then it's like black people have to be like on their best behavior. And it's like, and then you get into like the music, you get into hip hop, blah, 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 this and that. And it's like, I don't understand how you don't see it being portrayed as negative as the problem. Like, you built an entire race to be countercultured to whatever the fuck y'all were doing because you would never let us participate. It took y'all till 1965 to desegregate shit, and then we didn't really we just were like, this has to happen. We didn't say, here's human beings that we've treated wrong. Let's do some, some healing, kumbaya shit. Right. And we didn't even get the kumbaya. They toot the kente, chopped the foot off and was just like, hobble.
Right.
I hate that black culture gets put under that you have to prove yourself microscope when the environment itself is just what you created. It is not like, if black people all of a sudden stop being in gangs, stopped, I'm trying to attribute the worst of what people think of black people. And that's all that I can get out of it. And that's what space that puts me in. That's why I'd be so angry that you really think, don't play me for a fucking idiot. Anyway, to go back to it. Go ahead.
I was going to say, for me, it's two things. There's the capitalism, which is the whole reason why we got put in this shit in the first place, where it's like, wait, we have these people that we are basically getting free labor out of, and we have to justify this, so we're going to make the concept of white people and black people. We're the white people on the top, and they're the black people on the bottom, and that's just how it is. And it becomes this chicken or egg thing, right? Where what came first, racism or capitalism, whoop de whoop de whoop. And it's like, you get that, and then when you internalize that, you get the poverty shame of that with that white supremacy culture of, because you guys are the black also meaning dark or evil in, in literary terms, whatever y'all do in those margins as a means of survival or just cultural leftovers from whatever was tried to be murdered or whipped out of you or whatever, that's going to be looked down upon, to the point where you can look back in the fucking 1700s. There was the smallpox epidemic in Boston, and motherfuckers didn't want to get vaccinated because vaccinations came from Africa. This dude figured out about vaccinations because one of his slaves knew, let's get some of this smallpox juice real quick. I'm gonna rub it on y'all and y'all will be good. And they were just like, nah, it's unchristian and it's African and we're not doing it. And they were getting clapped. They got him the fee-fi-fo fuck out of there until they finally had to repackage it as variolation, and this white slave owner got everybody vaccinated, right? And it's also that disconnection from community, because to say that to sit from whatever position you're in and say that Juneteenth is made up and ghetto, and it's I'm sure the people of Galveston, Texas have never felt that way ever. There's never been a time where that's not been a holiday for them, or in some way an important day for them. And it just simply spread out from there, either through horizontal or vertical fucking, cultural tradition. And yeah, that shit is just, it's silly that people try to play the why does everything have to be black? Why does everything have to be about race cards so frequently? And then you have people on our side who even say that shit and try to integrate to just make it all quote unquote American culture, but then they don't even know any of it. You know what I mean? Don't bother to know, don't care to know.
Let's even extrapolate that further, because me, I am one of the few black people on this platform, and I think I can say this with enough confidence, even though it's going to make me look bad. I'm one of the few black. Go ahead.
Real quick, can we get Pyro in on this? Because Pyro said he wants to hop in.
Hell yeah!
All right, let's get him.
Hell yeah! Shit. Okay, ADHD. I think we could extrapolate it further. I feel like I'm one of the few black people on this platform that capitulates to whiteness a little, not more, but that's like
Not
my
any more than
dad.
necessary.
Right. Of course. But still, like, I give people the benefit of the doubt. I was taught by my dad very heavily, like, there were bad black people and there were good black people. So I'm unlearning that. Obviously, I've unlearned that a lot quicker than like most people would have. But still, there's like the little element of when I explain things, I'll over explain it because I know that it'll hit a wall of people who are just like, as Endless just said, why do you always make it about race? Why is it always something special for black people? Black people get a month. Why the fuck don't anybody, like, why don't white people get a month? And I want to extrapolate that thought just a beyond the wall real quick because I feel like y'all heard that and it slipped by you. When we say white culture, white supremacy, the creation of race, the creation of a caste race system, if you want to go that far, caste culture, caste. What we're saying is that, right, what we're saying is that as this country was founded, certain elements of it, such as land ownership, such as let's say first dibs on cars, jobs, money, capital, the things that put you in a position to make moves. Oh, I manifest destiny, right? You're not doing manifest destiny with $6 in your pocket. You literally won't move out of your girl. I see you. You living with your mans because it's cheaper, and it's annoying because he don't know how to wash his ass. See, you'd move if you had more capital, right? We're still there with that. Okay, keep that. Because that was limited based on what people in power who happen to be white, who treated black people as less than created, they created it thinking, even if this shit became free, we gave it to the white people first. As time developed, every single new advancement in this culture was developed on that principle. At some point in time, black people got so visible, you had, i.e., the Civil War. This is a big contention amongst a lot, and not contention, this is the biggest discussion I think all black people are going to eventually have, because it looks like we're hitting that point right now. Reconstruction failed. Jim Crow took over. I can't wait to
get Pyro in here.
Right, like, so now we've got this whole erroneous system where Fair Housing Act, all that shit, still benefiting white people because before you can make things equal, you have to admit at some point it's like this, right? So while you're trying to pull one person up, the system don't tell this thing to stop growing. So while this goes up a percentage, this goes up 10. Percentage, 20. It gaps and it gaps and it gaps. The more it gaps, the more it encompasses more and more and more people. That's why black people will be like, we told you so.
Right.
Because if it hurts us, it had to have hit everyone else first.
Mm-hmm. But
that's the explanation for that. Yeah,
we should jump in because they're in my waiting room, so we should jump in my server and I can drag y'all into the live.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, say good. Say less. We out.
Oh yeah, let's do that real quick.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. I'm gonna bring Thay in here. What's good, Thay? Yo, what's good, Pyro?
What is good?
What is poppin'?
Apparently, this is what I do now. Like, I just hop in and like I talk about these serious black issues. So like, I feel like I got to continue to streak.
Hey, Cook, I'm here. This should make my job much easier because like I have to plan out my segments months, years in advance. So like anytime I can get a break from not having to think about shit and just like let it out, like right, like that shit make me feel good. So rap, brother.
Bruh, for me, it's just one of those things. It's one of those weird fucking bullets. Cause like a lot of times I watch how y'all talk about the fly in the milk experiments. I just don't have that. Like I'm a fly in the fly house. Like I'm of the ghetto. I'm born of the ghetto. Like, so it's a weird conversation when you get someone like Candace Owens just like, oh yeah, like Juneteenth isn't a big deal. Like a lot of the black culture and black ghetto is like, yeah. And it's like, it gives me pause to think about because My grandmother's of that old age. My family has come and survived that old age where it's like, we realize we got the message of like the 1970s and the 1980s that like, yes, this is capitalism meant to pull our black brothers and sisters down. They don't want us to involve ourselves in capitalism, so they want us to drink ourselves and smoke ourselves and shoot ourselves to death and yada yada yada. So like there's that aspect of like ghetto culture. Like, come on, let's be real. It's there. Like it's there in
Oh yeah,
2020.
the CIA fucking admitted to it.
Like the CIA did its fucking job and it did it well because like now it's there. So it's like it's one of those weird fucking bullets that I actually have to stop and think about because like overall, yeah, like this isn't just fucking black people. The culture that's actually been built within the way people talk about music, the way we act, like that's nothing to be fucking scared of. And but then like it was just like a passion comment and shit. Like when we're talking about gangs and shit, well, then I have to like pause up and hold in, and there comes Wyatt Whiteman in the back of my head talking about, well, hold on there, partner. Do I really want gangs running? Because growing up in the ghetto, no, I did not like the experience of having like my grandmother be like, you can't go on this block because this is where like they do gangs. Or like when I got a dog, like having to look out for certain things that happens in impoverished communities. And this is why I made the comment like in the chat, like this isn't black culture, which like they love to try and push it off on. Like you look in all of the impoverished, like they fucking just found like, holy shit, they found just uncovered a monkey torture ring. And it's like, who do you think? You think it's rich
about that yesterday?
motherfuckers doing? It's a monkey torture ring, and then they find out some of the motherfuckers he do it, and it's like bumfuck white ass motherfuckers, and it's like, okay, cool. I can draw the correlation between poverty and liking some really depraved shit like animal fighting in general, animal torture. It's not just a black thing. So when I see tweets like this, it's like, oh, and you pretend like Juneteenth is like, no, that's not what that's not the fucking point, and you know that's not the point.
I'll
Even
say
if
this.
you've grown up in these communities, you know that's not the point. Even if you take the like, yo, the ghetto shit is kind of bad, you know it's not the point to be like, oh, but Juneteenth isn't important. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, just anecdotally, I know someone that they were out on a fracking job in West Virginia mad years ago, and some of those weird ass white boys that he was out there with, he was crashing with them for a minute, and so he was learning about them, and just casual shit that they would talk about would be fucking just straight up fucking that weird shit. And he was telling me about how he's like, I could tell they're sociopaths, dude. They were telling me about how their dad made them put cats in crab traps and like drown the cats that way. And that's like what they did for fun. And I'm like, dog, okay.
What?
You should probably come home because those white people are ready to, I don't know what's going to happen with you. They're, I don't know how
no,
much.
No, you know what's going to happen. There's just going to be a human-sized crab trap one day. Like, all right, bucko, get in. It's like, nigga, what?
He told me about how he had this big ass fucking cane Corso too, and it jumped on him and knocked him through this giant like glass like living room table that they had, and it knocked him clean out. Like he was gone. He had to get like 4 stitches in his lip because his lip got like torn in half. And they were like laughing at him. Like he said he woke up. He just remembers he woke up and they were geeking at him. And he like were like mad that they had to take him to the hospital and shit. Bro. And I was like, dog, if you don't get the fuck up out of there, bro. That shit.
Yo, I'm so sorry to do this because y'all really talking about a serious thing. I just wanted to say out loud so it's on record and I'll remember it. I think I just found the music that perfectly fits my style of like poetry.
Nigga, shut the fuck up.
Nah, you have no idea how important that shit is. Like I've been looking for this for years.
I feel it.
You will never guess what genre it is, like what style of music it is. Okay, and I'm just gonna say it because I don't like it's the dumb. It's lo-fi drill.
Okay.
Right? Like that's why I opened my mouth because I'm like, I didn't know that existed till y'all started talking and I was playing music in the background. And I was like, you know what would go good with this? Like a smooth drill beat.
I mean, that's like, it makes perfect sense. Like New York, like.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. I wanted to also add that
I'm just imagining like a bunch of niggas in a room, just like quiet but like bucking hard. They're like,
"That's what I know. You feel me?
Yes.
You feel me?
Hell yeah!"
He's like, and they're just like chilling, but like the heart is like guns everywhere.
This is
Yo, that's
also
what this
Loose and Kitty, y'all. I don't know if y'all met Kitty yet.
Hi, hello.
We talked
What's
to
up?
Kitty.
What's up?
I've talked to Kitty a couple of times, but I don't know if you met him yet. He's pretty dope. Lucid's tight.
I'm also on YouTube.
I have a full trust that if you, of all people, were to invite me into a room, it wouldn't be on no sucker shit. Like, so I have no problem with it. Pleasure. You're on YouTube. Welcome to the Twitch sphere. It sucks everywhere else when it's not us. Just to be honest with you.
That's
No,
what's
it
kept me
just
out of it
sucks.
for a long time.
Oh,
It's
just
when-
I just gotta point this out really quick, really quick, because YBE mentioned him in chat. Yeah, the Black Gorilla family. So it's a GUERR, like not gorilla like the animal, but like guerrilla warfare.
Keep strong together.
I just had to throw that out there. That's because that's what it's like tied into their Marxism or whatever. But like the drugs like fucked up like a lot of all that shit, and that a lot of that, like 100% of that was orchestrated by the government. That was like bringing in cocaine, bringing in heroin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's no poppy fields in North America. I don't know if you knew this, but like it doesn't exist. And so they were rumored to have been involved with the death of Huey Newton, I guess, but also there was in 2015 when there was the uprising here in Baltimore after Freddie Gray got killed. The police were trying to spread a rumor that the Bloods and the Crips and the BGF were trying to form an alliance to just start killing police in the streets. And they had to like hold this like whole ass like it became fucking wild. Like the gangs were helping enforce the like certain gang members were like helping enforce the curfew during the uprising and shit. It got really fucking, the territory got weird. There's people giving people to police during 2022 I saw happen. Like that shit, people get into really weird positions and do really weird shit. But I had to throw that out there just because I saw you mention the BGF in chat.
No, yeah, and that's one of the jumping off points that I wanted to talk about, because when you said, "Yo, I wanted to talk to you about this," I immediately thought, "Oh shit, did I read this wrong? Like, did I make this joke and it didn't hit right?" Because a few of my friends have done that shit to me, and I had to recognize that like I'm a little bit more online than they are, but I also go outside a lot, so like they have that perception of me as usually never caring about this shit.
Tweet real quick. Like I remember
Absolutely.
seeing it, but like I'm not about to go and try and find that shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me go on Paradigm.
Yeah, and she had another tweet too, which was crazy.
Because I saw the first tweet, and I'm not gonna lie, maybe this will and let's get to a little bit of spice. Like I agreed with it a little bit.
I'm not kidding when I say that over 90% of my podcast content criticizes white people in politics and culture. But because black people are soft, emotional, and have had their brains rotted by BLM, in the rare circumstances that I will cover a black topic, they cry like bitches.
No, not that one. The other.
I know the other one. But
that one, I do want
the other one first. Like I'm nigga. Hold on. Don't you like wait until I be like, oh yeah, I kind of maybe agreed with it, and then read the worst tweet fucking possible. Like what is wrong with you? You make me look bad. Like fuck you, bro. Fuck you. Oh, I kind of agreed with the tweet. I kind of agreed the tweet, and that fucking Paradigm. I hate black people. Black people are the worst. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. You just made me look terrible.
Okay, but you know what? Now that I thought about it, if I ever end up on any of them other debate panels, that's what I'm gonna do to them motherfuckers. Because that one is plausible. That's a good one. That's a new tactic. Okay, I learned that.
Bro, like
I wanted to drop in real quick, because like when Pyro was talking about like his experiences like growing up together, like I didn't, but that was because my parents grew up in New York, right? Queens, Manhattan, stuff like that. So they moved out to be like, we're trying to move out of there. But because of that stuff, and they, I talk with like Endless about how like they got, they got the American dream through the military, that it becomes this thing where it's kind of hard to have these kind of conversations with them without them being like, well, yeah, if black people, I'm like, oh, like that bootstrap shit where it's like, come on, guys,
respectability politics shit.
This is the thing. This is why.
But it's hard to. Yeah.
What's the original fucking tweet? And like I think my camera's broken.
I think
Oh,
it's
so
was it
sorry.
Foremost Black American culture has gotten. Is it that one? I just want to pull it
Yes,
up. on
that
my
one.
screen.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Pull it up on your stream. There you go.
Let me see. You maxi it up. All right.
Maxi it up.
Yeah, I got it as well.
Okay, there.
But we got it on stream.
I just wanted to throw it in the
Foremost-
Discord call.
Okay, foremost, Black American culture has gotten ghetto. I know you're used to media lying to blacks pretending that high murder rates, illiterate children, and degenerate music is progress because, oh, look, we gave you Juneteenth, but I'm not falling for the bullshit. Now, for me, there's a portion of this tweet I can get with. Like, yeah, we just talked about it. The CIA flooded the shit with drugs. We talk about how fucking the government has impacted black fathers. Like, damn, like, a lot of black men are in prison. And that shit started at a point in time when all our black men were pretty fucking leftists and pretty decent. Like, yeah, our communities have been degenerated and they've been fucking destroyed from like the top down. And now we're at a point in time where like George Floyd is murdered. We have all these black men murdered. We're off the upcoming of like one of the largest protests in 60 years. And what do they give us instead of actually police protections and shit, like police laws and shit like that? Juneteenth is a federal holiday. While that is important in its own right, that's the part of the tweet I can get behind. That instead of doing that while in power, Joe Biden and his fucking niggas, the only thing they did is they gave us a fucking holiday, which niggas still had to work through.
Right.
Let's be real. Because I know plenty of niggas who had to work on Juneteenth, this boy included. Didn't even give us the full fucking weekend. The full weekend.
No holiday
They gave us a
pay.
fucking day. So yes, I can understand, and maybe I'm warping Candace Owens because Jesus Christ, it's Candace Owens.
Nah,
But yeah,
I get what you mean.
It doesn't fix the defunding. It doesn't fix the fact that in Buffalo, New York, the Black Belt, 3 of the leading schools, leading elementary schools, have had less than 5% literacy rates. Yes, we are raising that. This is a problem, and Juneteenth doesn't fix that.
Yeah,
but again, it's Candace Owens, and
yeah.
I'm reading into it a bit too much. I recognize
The-
that.
yeah, because here's the problem I find, lately, and I feel like it's coming around with the whole Kanye thing when he kind of like had his breakdown, was that if you paid attention, the right has been able to notice, like they know what pisses us off, they know what causes us to eat at each other, right? And they know how to use our points, right, to kind of while fully getting into all your so we might have the clock is broken twice, right, or right twice, where it's like, oh hey, yeah, we both don't agree that like Juneteenth is nothing, but she of course is not talking about what you're fucking talking about. She doesn't give a shit about what you're talking about, right? The problem is the culture, and the right understands that, but they know that they can use these points, bring up these things. Like I think a good example is that Primos show. If you guys know about that drama, where it's like it seems like there seems to be a group of people that are really getting at like, no, this is racist, you don't know, but apparently, like, from my research, it's based on a true story, it's based on the person's life, right? But it's coming from all these like liberals that are like, oh, this person, like, they're making up fake articles. The creator of the Primos didn't even know Spanish was a real language, and that like, oh, they're trying to bait us into like.
But the reason I'm focusing on that tweet, because like we're talking about a lot of the destabilization of the black community, and we're bringing up like the points in time they're originated, and brought this up with Endless like the other time I was on stream, so he'll get where I'm going with this. What the fuck does it look like when white supremacy wins?
Right.
Our communities are in the bracket right now. If you're talking about black community and statistics, well, congratulations, we inhabit all of those brackets, and we can sit here and discuss all of the actual legitimate historical reasons to do so. But there's a problem not being discussed, and it's like the black mindset and how we're trapped in capitalism. Because Kitty, you mentioned it perfectly when you were talking about your experience and how your parents moved like upwards in Queens and Manhattan to try and get away from it. No one fucking likes living in the ghetto. Like, no one really likes living in these neighborhoods that don't get attention monetary. They love the community. They love living near black people. Yes. But they don't like living in these impoverished ass communities, which that's what a ghetto is. And that's the thing I want to kind of talk about, because like, I want to know if there's a way to like want to escape the ghetto without coming off as one of these fucking black capitalist motherfuckers, because like that's the only messages. Like it seems like you just lump it in with the culture, or
it's because you like Baltimore, for example, is the city with the least likelihood of upward mobility out of poverty for black children. So like if you're born poor in Baltimore, like if you're born in quote unquote the ghetto, like the hood, like if you're born in a certain neighborhood in Baltimore, that's where the fuck you're gonna die, and it's probably gonna be before age 60. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit where it's like it's not that people, because I think that's also something that gets lost, and is another avenue is what Candace Owens is trying to say here, is that like us simply describing those conditions and just people doing what they have to do to survive in those conditions and then making art that reflects their experience, that's somehow a celebration of that. And like kids literally like just want to go go into the streets and like shoot each other because
I want to
they
be clear.
heard like
I want to be very clear. I'm not bringing in all of that conservative nonsense about like, oh, it's the media that makes black kids want to do this. Like we, as 4 black motherfuckers, 4 niggas, understand that like, yeah, like it is very hard to escape poverty. Even as someone like myself, like I've bunked with like privileged white women, and the moment that little bit of privilege has disappeared, I was able to shield myself with that privilege. I'm watching myself in real time, like move closer and closer into like the segregated corner for poor black motherfuckers. Like it's not by choice. Like even if you, like we all understand that, right? Like it's not the fucking rap music or the video games or the television, like that. Like I want to
ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why did you? Now this is not to be taken the normal way it's said, and I'm just saying that because some weird dude just popped in my chat, so I'm sure like Clippiana.
I'm sure.
Why did you feel the need to clarify that?
Because it's a conversation that conservatives, like Kitty said, they love to bring it up and they love to pass it off of like, and why is the reason black neighborhoods are ghettos? It's the culture.
Right.
And what Endless was talking about made me realize that without that clarification, this entire debate can get railroaded and like just off course, and talking about how like, yeah, depicting your experience in art isn't a celebration of that. Like we have like obvious examples of that all across fucking storytelling and shit. So like I felt like I needed to clarify that so we could like get past that initial hump, which I saw was like, oh, it's coming, because like Fenless says his thing and then I continue on that path, I'm gonna feel the need to be like, well, it's not all it's like, but no, it's just not the fucking art. Like we know
that. Now, Endless, isn't it funny that I said the same thing to you when we started talking?
This is just the theme. Like this is why
that's what I'm trying to point out.
Right.
Like, are you noticing that like no matter what happens, when you do this live, when you do this in front of people, you naturally have to take a path in the conversation that other people don't. And that's kind of my biggest fucking problem with black conservative media talking people. Because everything that you phrase at this point is absurd. I've never seen you really have your ideas challenged. Yet I have to defend myself when I'm in your comment thread.
That's why just steady shadow boxing throughout the whole conversation.
I'm fighting demons, bro. I'm fighting demons, and it's like my problem is, in my head, of course, I have goals for like what I want to do with this. And part of it is, if we're going to progress as a society, I'm sorry, these people got to go. Like, and I don't mean on some I mean, if you're gonna try to fuck over the country, could you at least not be obvious about it type shit? Like I always say, if you're gonna rob me like smooth, I ain't even see that shit. You know what? Good job on you. Like, don't start looking for the shit with me.
Oh, I'm gonna be real. Like everything you just said, that's my problem with like the main that's why like every time I talk politics, like I just smoke up the pipe and I look like a depressed because it's like on one hand I have cartoonishly, and I mean cartoonishly evil supervillains who are like, and we will get away with killing all of the trash, and we will get away with taking their rights and her. And then on the other hand, you have trash bag Democrats who are just like, Yeah, we know half of our establishment is like going senile, but we're not them. So vote for us no matter what. And it's like those are my options. Those are
Right.
who every fucking election it's like vote blue
Yeah.
no matter who, and your party's like literally falling apart because of like nepotistic fucking policies and age and shit. It's like congratulations, you're giving the evil niggas their victory. And ugh, rob me with decency.
Yeah, like when you say that, like the thing that immediately made me think about was just the 2016 election and like the primaries, where like we had one guy, and I'll even put it because Endless, you've had me had this conversation the last time I was on your stream, where it was like we had this one dude, a Jewish dude, that we're like, he
He
walked
might
with
seem kind of
MLK.
down, yeah.
He seems kind of down. He's been willing to get arrested for us for a long time, right? And they're like, and our quote unquote own party is like, nah, not this guy. And it's kind of like it becomes this thing where it's like no wonder you start seeing like black conservatives get more of a foothold, in the conversation of like especially like in the church scene, and just like spreading out there, like the Umars, and I would say Candace Owens is a little out there, but when you're out there, you're seeing at a certain point Kevin Samuels, right, where you're seeing like these our own party's not doing shit, so we start looking at black grifters.
They're similar,
that will
but,
tell us what we want to hear.
But the same theme though, because I would separate them in that there's like the part of the grift with people like Kevin Samuels and Dr. Umar is that they're pro-black, whereas you make no mistakes about what Candace Owens is up to.
Yeah,
she's definitely
that's why
that
she's like
erasure, that assimilation time. You know what I mean?
And that's why, like, I had like to go back to Paradigm's question. That's why I felt the need to correct myself, because you get like these Kevin Samuels motherfuckers who will sit there and just be like, "Well, see, the problem with black culture is the music, it's the culture, the fatherlessness."
They're the black women. It's the black women, the single mothers.
And it's like, why is there fatherlessness? It's because black women are trenches, and it's like, and it's like, okay, no, I don't want to sound like that. And let's be real, when we have some of the deeper conversations about like, yo, why is Juneteenth not the actual win for black people? It's like, it can go down that pathway very quickly. And I want to cut that shit off at the bud when I see it popping up. Because I heard it when Endless was talking to me, and he's like, yo, no shade or anything, and like, there's a cool space. But I heard it like bubbling up in some of the comments, and it's like, you know what, let me nip that in the bud right now.
Just because of how visible this shit is right now, you already know there's gonna be, I mean,
again,
yeah.
You already got me once with the clip Paradigm. Like, I don't want to get clipped again.
That shit.
I'm sorry.
Kyle, just for future, just let you know, like, you can call me Lucid, by the way. So
Lucid?
Yeah.
Can I still call you Kitty though? I'm fucking with you.
I was almost gonna be like, since you asked nicely, damn. I was like, no, but like we have so many people watching. I at least want to make sure, like, yo, guys, call me Lucid. Yeah, but I didn't want to derail the conversation.
No, you good. You good.
But I get what your rebuttal to that Endless, in terms of how like they're Candace is so over the line. But that's kind of where my point is that like, because that it's kind of even go that conversation where like while Kanye was ranting about like the Democrats, they just expect you, and then for some reason like and it's how they get there, like, oh yeah, when you're not us, like full on the leftist side, but you're seeing how the Democrats aren't really doing shit for black people, it leaves those black people susceptible to like conservative messaging. I feel like in the same way that conservatives will literally stand outside the immigration like citizenship office and be like, "Oh, you're a citizen now. Hey, have you thought about voting for the Republican Party?"
No,
right, and take like their lack of understanding of like what they're really signing up for, because like like especially if you're Cuban, right, if anyone's from Florida and stuff like that, I know like maybe some people in the chat might be from Florida, but I have like I have some family from there that they're using that heavy, like, hey, communism, communism from Cuba, that sucked, right, real bad, the Democrats want communism, vote Republican, right, and that's how they get so much of, that's really why they have such a stranglehold over Florida, is because so much of the like Cuban population is like terrified of how they demonize or how they equate like socialism and Democrats with communism.
I think that's like and this is like a key part of the American system, and black people are a really big example of this. You just have like prisoner voters, like black people in the United States, and there might be a few other groups. So like, I will be incorrect when I say this, but like we have a unique position of looking at both of the political parties throughout our entire history in this country, and being able to recognize that like everything they talk about isn't for us. This does not benefit us. Everything they talk about, all of the good benefits, all of like, New Deal, like that explicitly just by the nature excludes us up until maybe the 60s and the 70s. And then we can get into legislation, and then it gets a bit more tricky, and then redlining. But like, I think like through that history, like when we talk about the oral stories that have been passed down from our grandparents and shit, like we all have that fundamental idea. So like, there is the thing with black conservatism for me where it's like they can point out multiple truths about like our situation. Yeah, we do have underfunded, we do have poor, the communities are poor, like I said earlier, but it's like then they go on the wild conservative route, and it's like for us, we're sitting here on like, yo, that's just stupid. Like if anyone does,
because it's how it's always been. It's never not been like that.
Yeah, like it's never not been like that. So like we're looking at this position of like, why are you pretending this is new? And then you get like the typical conservative rewrapping where it's like, oh no, this is a very new problem, and like it's the Democrats' fault. And meanwhile, I'm just sitting here like we all recognize there's not really a good path forward in both of these parties. But when it comes to the black conservatives, it's like, why are you guys coping so? Why are you playing Steven from Django Unchained? What's up with this? Like, unironically, what's up with this?
Fear. It's got to be fear.
Oh no, I didn't know it's fear.
I want to
It's the
say
same
fear.
year.
I want to say paper. I want to say the capitalism. Like,
but the
same reason
every
same reason every other race has when they came here and were like, minorities and treated badly, and they turn into like, okay, getting great into the anti-blackness.
Can I dispute the capitalism?
Go for it.
I don't think it's capitalism, because we see plenty of black artists who are billionaires who just don't do the Candace Owens. It's the community. It's the black, single women. It's the black. We have plenty of artists who like they actually participate in global fucking slavery. And it's like, yeah, they're coons in their own sense, but the black conservatives who are just so out and about waving the cane, oh, I love you, Master Candy, I love you. What the fuck is their deal? That's what leads me to think it's more of fear, because like even in capitalism, you don't forsake your entire community, your entire being, unless you're scared of some type of reprisal from it. So like I legit can't understand, like even in like a build yourself up, on like why you would build yourself up in such a way that is just involved around shitting on everyone else around you that looks like you, and then just hoping by the good grace that the people laughing mean like not you included when they're talking about black women, or like in like Jesse Lee Peterson's case, like old stupid black men. Like
I would say both, just because I have the fear of what happens to when you don't have no bread in this country, especially if you're black. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, look at Candace Owens. She started out as technically a liberal. She said if you go way back to original content, it was like liberal democratic stuff. She was trying to be progressive, but it wasn't making her any paper. It wasn't making her paper. She wasn't getting nowhere. As soon as she started getting on that conservative, side, started talking that anti-black shit, that's when the paper started rolling in. And that's where my thing of capitalism comes from, is that like at first she was quote unquote part of the cause, at least, because it's like, oh yeah, it's good, I'm black, it's supposed to be part of it, but based on her flying the milk experience, realizing that like if I keep going against the grain, not only am I not going to be liked, but I'm not going to have any paper. Let me go with it, be racist, right? And I'm now, and look at her now, right? She's the black woman for conservatives. To me, that's where the capitalism comes in from, where I'm like, sure, there's like I said, the fear of being without paper, where like the fear of capitalist punishment.
But that's the thing to me, like the dichotomy seems to be like, if you're talking about getting paper for black niggas, it's like you can either be with the culture and embrace that shit, or you can take like Jim Crow and around route. And we black conservatives, we see what route they take, and that's the question. Like the fucking, you know, get with the culture shit. You don't even have to co-sign anything. Like, you just have to do what you do, and like that's the thing for me. Like, black conservatives, again, in a respect, they're not stupid. They can highlight certain issues of the black community and then do that weird conservative spin where it's like, and it's the blacks' fault. But it's like, well, why? Well, like, you could make the money in this day and age doing the opposite, and we know you can't. Like,
what Paradigm has something to say, but I think I like Epiphany did have a good point that it's resentment of black people.
Yeah.
Where I feel like that some of that could come in, where like I said, the flying the milk experience, or the experience of like, oh, you're too that where the kid's like, oh, black people can be racist too, and you're like, how did you devolve from that? From someone calling you Oreo to now being resentful of the black experience. But I did want to hear what Paradigm had to say.
Just really quick before Paradigm goes, because this is something I was thinking of before we got here, was that the thing that black liberals and black conservatives have in common in terms of like their belief in the United States government as a system that can support them either personally or, you know, as a group, like just not remembering or understanding that this shit was not built for us. So they're just figuring out what to do with us at this point. That's how it's always been at every point in time after we got the right to vote and after the whatever. Well, go ahead, Paradigm. Sorry.
I want to talk to you about fear.
Oh.
I think it's something that a lot of us don't approach very often because fear of entropy is the truest fear of. Ow! Damn! Keep forgetting the mic is higher. That fear of entropy is the truest fear that we all experience, whether we want to address it or not. I think that growing up, we are stunted into believing that where you grow up, the friends you make, every decision that you make is kind of the decisions that will forge the pathway that you're supposed to be on. I think that a lot of black people have been raised on the idea of a destiny, an eventual uprising that leads us to the promised land. Our stories are written about it. Our heroes are written about it. There's so much that black people don't have control over when it comes to creating a narrative. And I really mean a narrative. A story that we can pass down to our younger ones. We lost that. Because we had the books, they want to ban them shits. They don't want to talk about gay people. Like, the fear sets in every day that you're awake, that you're realizing as a whole, we are all slipping further and further away from a reality where we feel comfortable being ourselves. We know that there's a face that we need to play when we go outside. It's the same face that we had on in 5th grade when somebody did that fuck shit and called you an Oreo for speaking well. You thought that was where you were supposed to elevate. Why am I getting vitriol from somebody else for doing a thing that, like, if we all did, we would be better off? Isn't that, like, the whole point? And that fear starts to encapsulate itself into you noticing that the more and more you assimilate, the less and less of yourself you see. You can't go back. They'll never let you through the gate. They moved Wakanda and didn't tell you the location. It's fucked for you, bro. And that fear starts to eat into how you text people, how you browse the internet. I can sit here and truly say there's probably some forum on Reddit or some group chat that all these right-wingers have to just say the same thing, and they're like, yo, this is popping. Everybody type a version of this. Or they'll see it in the tweets. It gets people angry, it gets people upset, and then they post about it in news stories because nobody's really covering the news unless it's an independent journalist, because who's really reading an article for anything other than, oh shit, can you believe this happened? And entropy starts to sink in. What is your existence's point past a certain age? So of course I'm going to burn the bridges. Who gives a fuck? If they get in the power, I got the money. I could go hide. I could go to another country. I got plans. Now, obviously I'm not going to sit here and say, that's a great way to live. That's clearly not going to work. That literally, as I am staring at my imaginary watch, is not working in this country, let alone the world right now. But you still can't tell that person, yo, if you just thought for 5 seconds about doing something good with your words, this whole shit goes in your favor. The whole, like, the reason why the money is there is because they know people like you will do it. If nobody want to do that shit, it goes away. And I hate to be so fundamentalist with it, but that's the fear that, like, you fucked up. And the accountability would mean you'd have to be alone forever. And I'm like, yeah, cool. We're going to put you in the device, but like not before we overthrow this shit. And I'm trying to get you to recognize that now. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of racists. We're going to have a lot of Nazis. We're going to have a lot of people in this country that are going to want to come after people that don't look like them. But to be honest with you, that don't fit in 5,000 years from now. If we get, like, y'all want to talk about going to Mars and shit, not us, obviously, but like, we talking about going to Mars and shit, we're still needing to have these fundamental conversations on what God do we all believe in? Fear.
Right. And
this is the thing.
Fear.
I was gonna say, like, because that shit's funny to me too, is that like just the inability to even imagine that as a possible outcome. Because people will ask me, like, weird ass libs that don't understand the stop cop shitty shit will be like, oh, you're Antifa, what do you think all the Nazis will do after the police aren't there anymore? And I'm like, probably go home. You know what I mean? Probably they won't have jobs anymore as police officers, so you know what I mean? They probably do something else. Just do whatever they were already doing when they weren't wearing a police officer fucking uniform. But go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, one of the things that, like, I love your monologue on. Hold on for a second.
Now you good.
I want to say real quick though, thank you for everyone that subscribed. All right, got a few subscribers from you guys, so appreciate it. I want to say thank you.
Yeah, I just do this from time to time on my channel where I just like bring everybody in to cook about some shit.
I like it. I like it.
But I wanted to point out another comment.
Yo, sorry, that was my
chat
brother calling me.
Oh, good.
I know. All right, yeah. Okay, you go on.
Yeah, no. Basically, what I wanted to say is like the fear that you have described. When it comes to Black conservatives specifically, I agree with some of those aspects of the fear. I think I divulge a bit differently. I think like when it comes to like the story aspect of the life, it's kind of the reason we as people and humans like story so much. It's like, yo, we can live vicariously through these characters to the end, and we can use their deaths to think about the legacies and shit left on. And then there comes in the fear of like the entropy and the initial death, like you said, like doesn't work like that for us. We don't get to live on and see how our legacy will be carried and yada yada yada. So like for me, I think that's more of an overall fear of like just people in general, and like it leads to how they believe, because like when we talk about just saying like, you know, you want to say good things and that'll maximize like how better off you are. The problem is like we recognize what these people are saying is bad. Half of these people don't. Half of these people actually think they're saying good shit when they say like we need to keep the gays away from the children or some dumb shit like that. Like they actually think they are going to lead society, and this is a part of being conservative, they're going to lead society back to some good time back in the past. And so it's like that mindset, like what in the fear branches off to that, where it's like you're so scared of the entropy, you're so scared that like you're willing to in real time like sell off mass groups of the population. Because for me, like even at, and I'm just going to be real with you because like I'm a human being, even at the most disgusting parts of the population that I think are just way too primitive and poor, it's like instead of just wiping them off the face of the planet, give them rights, give them active, like, you know, accessibility to you know, like not like give them accessibility to the civilization and whatnot, and just let them do what the fuck they want to do in their own little corner. Jesus fucking Christ. But then you get the conservative people who can't even at the very most just let well enough alone. And I'm not even talking about like the weird fucking Nazi fucks. It's like, no, I'm talking about like if you want to live your life with 4 different niggas in a way that I can't see myself living and I don't think works, like you do you, partner. You do you. I won't get involved with that. It's none of my fucking business. And then you look at the conservatives, it's like, well, if it's not the specific parent I want, then it's not gonna happen. And it's like,
well, we find that we have such a big problem with that right now when it comes to schooling, right? Where it's like so many people that are like the book bans and you can't talk about gays in school.
Don't say
like,
gay shit.
A lot of these people don't even have kids.
Yeah.
A lot of these people at these meetings don't even have kids. They are just hired to, and even more, I know I'll go put my conspiracy tinfoil hat on. They are hired to go do these things.
A lot of them.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I have evidence of that. I have evidence of a lot of these.
I was just about to say, yeah.
That's not even a conspiracy.
Yeah.
There's people on either side who will just make content out of it or whatever.
Who doesn't have like the links on hand to be like, see, but I know it's there where I'm like, look, don't call me on it because I'm going to be bothered to pull the links out. Look it up yourself. Right, so that's the only reason why I say that. But it's the same thing as black people. We know for what we have to call conspiracy is really just fact for us. CIA putting crack in the hood used to be conspiracy, and then we're like, no.
We just watched the funny. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Whitest Kids You Know, but they did an amazing fucking skit on that, and it was so fucking funny. You asked the question, how do you branch off from like entropy?
I'm sorry. I just thought of what what's his name? When he was like, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King.
Yeah, I'll repeat the question for you.
Yeah.
Because like it is on the branch of fear of entropy, but like at what branch is it that you start being able to justify, and let's be real, some heinous shit? Throwing just other groups of people under the bus wholesale is something that I say is heinous. Like as a human, like I don't know how you can just justify doing that.
Okay, I could tell you. And the reason
excluding war zone shit, right? Because like if a motherfucker bombs your country, well then it's like I can understand.
Right?
Like,
No, and this is, I'm gonna, like you said, we're gonna be real. This is kind of why I picked the name that I picked to stream, because I used to have a different name, and I thought that name was like really cool if it ever got called out. I picked this name for that specific reason because I don't know if it was the ADHD, if it was the trauma, if it was like splitting myself between being the most popular person in school that wasn't really popular, and then like isolated with my father who like does drugs and shit. Like I never figured out what it was, but like I just began to be able to read people very well. And I don't mean that regular bullshit. Like I can tell people what the next moves are going to be for a group of people long before like it happens, because people move in specific patterns due to like their neuroticism in where they've grown up. I can see somebody say something and I can figure out how they got there, where they got there from, and like the core point that they're trying to make long before. Now I know that this is also like a guard technique that a lot of people use, especially in media when you're black, to like avoid certain situations. Like I know what you just said is racist, but I'm gonna let it rock. But I gotta trust me on this one. It's just a little bit deeper than that. I have explained it in public before. I will not do that to y'all today. What I mean to tell you is just trust me when I say that branch comes at a cost of isolation at the age of 19. It is always 19 when this happens. An experience goes on where somebody rejects you wholesale because of what they grew up on. You finally run into that person because you're no longer isolated to the root, the friends, the people, the clothes, the culture that you grew up around. Even if y'all drove over to Aunt Candace's shop every Saturday and you hung out with your cousins, you were forced into groups of thought. These groups of thought are known as paradigms. That's the pun. At age 19, it just seems like for every fucking adult that doesn't have a sense of grounding, somebody rejects them for what they believe to be their truest self. Like they're finally free of the burden of not being called a child anymore. They're an adult. The world's opening up. You can do certain things. People are telling you you have more responsibilities. As the world starts to shift for you and you transition, something occurs where you can no longer, you either go on one of two sides. You either trust wholly in someone else, or you withdraw into believing that everyone else is the problem and it's just you. Most of the people like Candace Owens have been so deeply entrenched in that now they live on compounds where they have to control who they talk to. Remember how I said earlier, you set yourself up in these groups of thought with certain people, but you had no control over it? Now you have control over it. What makes you more comfortable? Getting challenged every time you go home like you used to when you were growing up? Or being with people who just say, damn, you're doing a great job. I love the house. I love the...
That's my problem. Even
yeah, I know. It's so fucking shallow. Trust me, I know.
It's not, it's like, it's not even that, like, it's just like, that necessarily doesn't even explain why, like, you get this really weird, and I'm gonna like reference the comments here, so like it's like this really Western American, branch of conservatism that's like with everything you just said, at some age, because I'm not gonna pinpoint it to an age, like at some age, like throughout your adolescent stage, you're growing up, you're fucking disenfranchised. I can get all that. It's the specific point that you choose the branch specifically of hating on your own, because out of that branch, there are multiple other branches. You get the Shark 3-0s who like, we love to embellish that nigga. He said some real fucking weird shit. But like, if you walked up to that nigga on the street and you asked him some basic questions, he's not one of these motherfuckers who are going to be like, it's the black culture. At least I would hope not.
No, you know what? Just even that in that little explanation. Just in that little explanation, I get what you mean. And for that, I just have to say, I really do think it's the ownership of an audience.
Yeah.
Can that be the answer?
Yeah.
No. Like, I know it doesn't like give like that's a personal, like, I'd have to know that person to get to like that core branch that you're talking about. But I think it really goes to like hearing a lot of people saying thank you for saying this. Like, do we ever get that feeling like, yo, thank you for being the one who stands on our side on at least the things that make us feel comfortable?
The people that I most speak about aren't even on this fucking platform. Don't even use the internet like for the same way that I would. They're looking at it on their phone on like TikTok or something.
Yeah, like that's the shit. Like
niggas don't fuck with Twitch.
I'm using like Candace Owens and shit, and it's like just thinking of like the standard
I have a better example.
motherfucker. Go ahead.
I have a good example that's less like divisive, or I mean, depending on who you are, divisive, but kind of understand. Like, and you heard me before, Kanye West, where how if you notice like where he was having his breakdown, who he started to hang out with. Right. And it's one of these kind of self-fulfilling prophecies, right? He's been having his breakdowns for a while. So he's been kind of isolated more from the black community. He's married to a Kardashian, super conservative family, right? And as we know, it's like who you're with, you become, right? So imagine being like the black guy in that family, right? Or maybe the other ones come in and out, but he's been there. He was there for like he was with her for a long time, right? I think we forget how long Kanye was with Kim. So he's ingratiated in this white family, hearing these things, right? I feel like the same thing with Jay-Z, right? How many other black people at his level does he really hang out with, right? He's in these country clubs full of white people. So to the point where he's like, now, capitalist, yeah, that's a dirty word. He's like, yeah, because now you're a bunch of with the capitalists who don't like being called capitalist, right? You're losing connection with your people. And with Kanye, it's become the self-fulfilling thing. Now no one's hanging out with you, right? Now for the people that
I think Kanye is not a good example because like
the reason here's why I say a good example, because it gives you further.
Not necessarily. It doesn't
bipolar.
Yeah, not necessarily because of what he believes specifically. Before we even get to the fucking Adolf Hitler arc, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like, I'm saying like, Kanye's not a decent example because like before that we know this nigga has some issues. Like we know this nigga, like even as a fucking.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the point. Those issues are what isolate him. Those issues, because this thing I could even put out there on an even bigger platform. I am bipolar. Bipolar runs through my family. I have family members who are deeply close to me. Right, my favorite people in the world like rival my mother. right? Who have been locked up, right? Who have been forcibly had to been Baker acted, right? Who will one day like this is my favorite person in the world, who then are putting their hands on me, right? In the midst because they're in the middle of an episode and we do not agree because I am not agreeing with them. They're in this own warped world that if you don't agree with them, you are the enemy. Almost so much so that you might be attacking them. You're dangerous, right? So what happens is that now, because he's speaking this Zionist shit, right? Which I feel like is closer to Farrakhan stuff than like white nationalist stuff, right? We're about like speaking about his problems with the Jewish people at the top that were holding him back, right? And now, but because he's going on this thing and he's been so ingratiated with white people, that is who he's now getting connected to. He's now getting connected to the Tim, that Tim guy, Tim Pool, Nick Fuentes, right? And those are who, and because of his disorder, they're agreeing with him. They are now like, oh, these are my people because they're agreeing. They're not telling me I'm wrong. Right. So he's not even in the mental headspace to be like, dude, you're kind of losing it. You're wrong. No. So now it's kind of like I said, as he was talking about this self-fulfilling prophecy, where now he is stuck with this new paradigm of right wingers of Nazis and stuff like that. But now that he's no longer talking with them, or they kind of been like, yo, you're too off mask off. We can't have you on our shows anymore. He doesn't talk about this shit anymore.
The reason I don't agree from like the reason I don't agree with like the jump from like Candace Owens to like Kanye West is because with Kanye West, there is the shit that like he's bipolar. We know how mentally ill niggas just get treated in this country. I can't even say like, oh, he's rich though. He can get like cause no, like you can't substitute money with like that. So it's like if Candace Owens had like, a background that was upbringing, I just don't know.
Nigga, you're the only person I've ever heard, like especially in the Black Twitter community, that said this shit. That has this kind of like nuanced opinion of like. So all I hear so much is like, nah, this nigga ain't sick. He's just trash. And I'm all like, but like mental illness doesn't make you do this stuff. And you're like, come on, dude. You guys know nothing about mental illness.
It's not that mental illness makes you do that shit. It's that like a lot of cope I heard from Kanye fans themselves. Like, let's not even pull that shit. Is that like, yo, look at his upbringing, man. Like his mom died. They use this shit as an excuse. So for me, it's hard to be like, well, no, let's switch from Candace Owens, who is just a grifter, to Kanye West, someone who has so many complicities to his fucking life that like for me that's a harder fucking switch. Like he could be but it's like there's so many arguments and like twists to that shit. Like there's documentaries on a motherfucker. Like there is instances where like his medication, so it's like he knows how to say shit, and it's obviously, but it's like there's arguments to fucking Kanye West that like Candace Owens, I can get that she's just a fucking grifter. That's why she's like the easier example for me. That's true. What makes you the fucking grifter other than like, like you said, bipolar? My mother's bipolar. I understand.
Well, I'm saying like Kanye's not a grifter. That's what I'm saying. That, like now that he's no longer like he's calmed down, he's not talking about this shit anymore.
But like that's why I wanted to specify the grifters, because the grifters are the one that are hateful. Because like I will, and like this is a concept. I needed to concede this part. I will give you like motherfuckers who are like actually isolated, and then they can break out of this shit when they come into contact with the community and shit. Like I will give you that is a branch in itself. But then like we're talking about actual grifters who like for the bank of it. I don't know, like
what makes you talking about like what like makes like what leads you to like the grifting route that
exactly
is,
like you're choosing to be a grifter. Like I know what I'm doing. Like the motherfuckers we talk about, like what you're doing, it's hateful and you understand it. So like I wasn't being specific enough. So that's my bad.
That's fair. No, that's fair. I feel like that's something we might not get till like maybe till she's like dead. Right, where it's like where there really can be like an unbiased like retelling of like Candace Owens' life, her upbringing, because like we know, but I feel like that's a lot. It's a lot from like YouTube people who are busy like looking up shit as opposed to like let me go talk to everyone she's ever known. Let me go interview her. Let me go to her home. Right.
Well, like Candace Owens is my main example, but like that grifter arc in general. Since we're in like a panel of niggas, I want to talk like what makes someone grift in that worst possible way? Because there's a lot of grifts you can do as a nigga. Let's be real. But the grifting of like
Umar grift is not Candace Owens grift.
Yeah, like the Umar grift. Yeah, the Umar
Right,
grift is
yeah.
not the Candace Owens grift, but the Candace Owens grift, and there's a lot of people who do this, but they're just not as popular as Candace Owens. What makes you grift so hard that you throw your own race under the bus, and you know you're doing that? Like she's not. There's nothing. She's doing it on purpose.
I would say what Epiphany said like way earlier, that it's resentment. I think it's resentment.
Yeah.
As Endless said, fear of the fear of not having capital, right? At least in, like I said, in Candace's sense, right? If we go by her story, is what we know about her growing up. That flying the milk probably was like, you talk white, you corny kind of shit. Now you're resentful. She tries to be democratic, isn't getting paper like that, still resentful, but now is like, now I can make paper through the conservative stuff. So now I'm just gonna go full on use that resentment.
So it's like the fighting back against the whole, like, when flying the milk experience meets the black community, there is that initial rub down of like, hey, you're different, but like, yo, and these motherfuckers get a bit too upset at it and then go the exact opposite direction towards the motherfuckers who are like, oh, they're just too black. It's okay.
But also I think it's an appeal to power of like, please pick me. You know what I mean? Like, scoop me up from.
It's definitely pick me behavior.
Yeah, like.
Especially when we're talking about like in the political conversation spaces, like you're definitely doing this to get some type of leg up that you think you can.
Because that energy exists even in liberal spaces where it's like, because if we're talking capitalism and we're talking mass appeal, we're talking a wider audience, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You're talking a wider audience. Like, you're going to have to try to appeal to that core demographic some way or another. And unfortunately, as a consequence of this being the United States of America, a lot of those people happen to be fucking racist. So it just kind of is what it is, I guess.
What's up, Maudy?
It is what it is.
What's up, Maudy?
What's up, Monty? Is that how you say it, Monty?
Maudy.
Maudy. What's up?
What up?
Is that how you're supposed to?
Yeah, Maudy. Yeah. Yeah, y'all was talking about the whole black conservative topic and everything like that, right? And there was something I wanted to add into that, and y'all brought up Kanye West and everything, and I was just like, yeah, you could say that, but I mean, you could bring up Kanye West if you want to in this conversation, right? But Kanye isn't necessarily one that I would use as an example. Like I would lean more toward like Jay-Z in this example, right? Because he kind of projects the message of like, well, why don't you just pull yourself up by your bootstraps? You know what I mean? Like that's that's the kind of messaging that gets popularized. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's true.
Yeah, but I feel like it comes from like my main point where I was trying to kind of go with, where it comes from that isolation, right? Where you said like what kind of gets you there, and that you are isolated in your group, right? And like Kanye started with, he was isolated with his, with Kim Kardashian, right? And we know how that family is. So when spending over a decade with that, you can see how that kind of gets him. Jay-Z being a millionaire or a billionaire for so long, right? You're like, how many other billionaires is he in the room with? How often is he just in a black country club, right? Is that where he spends all his time with? Is that who they're talking to? And even then, they're still, it's not even who he's talking to them. He's like, how often is he in a room with niggas like us, right? Niggas that could just that are working class niggas that are just
niggas that gotta go to work tomorrow.
Right.
Exactly. Right. Like it happens so often. They get that little, crumb of wealth, and then they just start losing touch with niggas like us. You know what I mean? Like the working class black, the average. They start losing touch. It's happened with Jay-Z, happened with Kanye West, it's happened with Dave Chappelle. Like we've seen it happen time and time again.
Well, the thing, like the reason I bring this conversation up is like to look past the billionaires and the millionaires. It's like you see this mentality a lot, especially in like the upper class that's not millionaires.
Young Pharaoh. Oh my God, you make me think about Young Pharaoh. And how, like, I remember getting launched into that sphere because everybody started suggesting to me these people that, like, were very, very, like, I could tell that you didn't think of this originally. because the way you're talking about it, like if you have an audience and you could just talk, you can phrase. I tell people this all the time. You can do whatever the fuck you want on this platform. Like you can like if you have a show, if you got a mic and a camera, you could do a lot of shit. And you like the way you speak about this makes me feel like I've heard this before. And I'm seeing the cash donations go at the top. I'm seeing this and I'm trying to figure out why. Like, not even why to the point of for the money, more like why, like, I know you like, you can't be valid on your block.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Right. No, but like that's type of the like that's kind of the shit. And like
that's one of the hardest. Not to just. I remember that's one of the hardest little Dirk tweets I remember seeing was to Sosa after Sosa the fuck shit happened. I think after King Von got locked up one of these times, he was like, I don't know where you're gonna spend all that money because you can't come back here.
No, but like that's kind of the shit. Like, ignore the fucking content creators, ignore the Instagram, ignore all the shit that like is there to distract you. I'm talking about every single one of us niggas here who's been working on the fucking ground and had to go to work knows that one middle-aged dude who has some type of low-rate business that he gets to live in the decent neighborhood, and every time you see him, the only advice he gives you is like pull your pants, like you pull your pants up, you know, you act right, you know, you go in there, you shake your hand, and you don't leave until you tells you when you're starting. We all know that nigga. We all know that nigga, and it's like
I got two older brothers like that.
The resentment there that you guys are describing through the isolation, I can
Oh
kind of understand.
shit! You're talking about that dude that be like, "Yo, chill out, chill out." The nigga oh my god, the nigga that live in the projects but still says, "Miss, did you forget to give us the homework?" I swear to God.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my god.
Let me explain. The reason I bring this up, the reason I'm going down this path is because like we can talk about the high rich and the capitalists and like, yeah, they got the, you know, the ice, and then you trickle down and it's like, well, then, you know, you hit the block of like really weird educated niggas that, you know, and I used to be one of these that, well, actually, and it's just like this annoying type of nigga that has to reference like what he read in like a specific type of history book that only covers like George Washington and the crew and shit. And then it's like, you don't actually understand history. And then like, you don't understand like the portion of like modern history where you have to take into account anecdotes and shit like that. Right. And them niggas who explain shit in that type of way. And then their answer comes to, because they're reading the basic history, the basic liberal answer of like, we got rid of slavery and like bad treatment in 1965, so maybe you can turn yourself up and stop acting ghetto. Because like those are niggas on the streets every fucking day. Let's be real. We know niggas on the streets and we clown them. We clown them because they're clownish. Like, really, dude, you're in the same position as me, but like your glorious grace is like, well, pull yourself up by the bootstraps and stop acting so ghetto. Like,
you're looking around at all that. You're looking around at all that shit. Like, yep, this is definitely my parents' fault.
Yeah, like let's be real, because like Black conversation space, and I love it because we can. What the fuck is up with that, niggas? Do y'all got any answer? Because like, as a nigga in a nigga experience, them niggas got beat the fuck up in ways that my bullied ass just didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. That shit was weird. I never really encountered like. I grew up in a super, like, I'm doing this whole historical content thing about the county I grew up in.
I'm gonna have to like go real quick. I'll hop into the waiting room. My brother's home and I gotta talk to him about something real important.
All right. Yeah.
You were saying?
I definitely grew up in an extremely white area. And I just straight up didn't encounter. There was like maybe like 2 or 3 other Black kids that lived in like my immediate vicinity in terms of like kids that I hung out with. I could like bike to their house or something. But like for me, it wasn't so much I don't know. And I guess this is how I got to where I am now, because I would try on the bootstrap shit, but it never felt right. It always felt weird just because when you, like, I guess because it's Baltimore and Baltimore is so fucking segregated, it's like hard not to see. Like when you encounter like, in my case, where I used to get a haircut every weekend, where you're like 8 years old and you got fresh Jordans on, and motherfuckers are asking you what shoe size you are, like that type of shit, and it's like you don't think about it in terms of like, damn, why are these people like this? It's like, damn, because you understand that it doesn't have to be like that. That was always my feel, is like, for me, the blaming black people shit was like, why aren't I was on some low key like Talented 10th shit, like why aren't the rich black people doing more, which is kind of still my stance, but like not so much that they're solely responsible for doing like fifth column type shit, like you know, but I never was the type of person to like, in like a super bad area, or even when I was reading about like shootings and that type of shit, I was never the type of person to be like, damn, that's definitely their parents and my parents' fault. That shit was always wild to me.
No, because I would say, because I have, I would say I have a similar experience, but as you know, we were talking about the other day, how I have like similar experience about growing up in like a white area, mostly because white people decided where we were living was a nice place to move.
Right.
But going to a magnet school, so you know, basically
the quote unquote best places to live in America are all really white. It's a weird coincidence.
Right? It's interesting, you know. Even if they weren't originally there first.
Right.
So, you know, and it's one of the things when I hear like your story and I hear other stories, it becomes one of the things where I start questioning, like, why didn't I have more of a fly in the milk experience? Like, why didn't I like turn out hating or turn out more anti-black, right? Especially considering like I was that, where it's like in my neighborhood, you know, I grew up around white kids, but at my school I was teased for like, oh, you talk too white, oh, Oreo, oh, you like anime, you know,
That's
why do
so
you dress
funny.
like that?
You know
Why'd your
what's
hair
so
like
funny?
that?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you because we're about to go into the shared experience realm, and I was gonna say it's very funny how black people like will gravitate like towards understanding that when you're like a broadcaster. Like that's a shared experience amongst a lot of us, that we were the kids who could vocalize thoughts. And that's a huge thing in like trying to process the idea of black people not even having avenues to release their grief. The therapy that costs too much money. Nobody. You want to talk about the medical system?
A therapist that understands you.
Right, like so now you have all those dynamics playing themselves out in not only the culture but the music, the representation, the art of it, and we find the beauty in it because we know where it comes from, and then it becomes so isolated in itself that I think for a lot of us that had those open experiences, the reason why we didn't jump to straight hating like and going down that path is because we told ourselves that like other people stood up for us. A lot of other people would take a position with us, I think, and this might be wrong, it depends on where you grew up, obviously, but like on a general sense, you found people who were more interested in talking about something. Like I remember when Total Drama Island came out, it was a popular topic, but like Bleach and Naruto were still eating into that. Like Naruto Ultimate Ninja 2 had just dropped, you know, Melee was starting to grow, people were playing games together. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask you, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
29.
You're 29. Okay, so we're about at the same age. Okay,
Yeah,
so we all kind of so we all grew up around the same, you know, time period of like, you know, because I can at least I'll say speak for myself, you know, it wasn't cool to like anime, right? It wasn't you know, like in the anime club, like for my very black school, the anime club was completely white.
Yeah,
my anime school. I got lucky because, you know, I grew up in New York, but like at the same time,
I didn't grow up in a place like that. I didn't grow up someplace where I could meet another black nerd in my school.
I'll also say that was a weird vibe because just that particular period in time, because pretty much everything, we had this entire new realm of old school media, but also this new way to interact with kids in terms of cable television and all this stuff. And like we were
I was
up until recently anyway, like we were the most advertised to and catered to kids in terms of the American like capitalist society. So like we were getting a fucking mainline drip of anime and anime shit if you were really into that and you know the like the areas to tap into. So you could get that on hot and cold if you wanted.
I was the connect. I was the connect.
Right,
like
yeah.
you wanted something that wasn't on TV. Yo, can you torrent this for me? I torrent it, get the subtitles. I put it on the DVD, make it all nice. Like put it like here you go, and like $20, and just everyone's selling candy. I'm selling anime DVDs.
I was that dude for death metal in high school. Where white kids were like, "Yo, tell me a new band to listen to." And I was the dude that had Napster and shit and SoulSeek and shit, and wouldn't find out some new band from fucking Finland or something like that. Like it was me.
Right. Marty, what were you gonna say?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, like I was gonna say the whole topic of like anime not really being popularized back then. You could say I feel like you could say the same shit for video games too, because
absolutely.
If it wasn't 2K or
if it wasn't 2K or Call of Duty or something like that.
Yeah.
No, I would say there was a period of time where even if it was a sports game, it was considered a child's toy. Like video games were not adult things back in the day.
Right, because
well, yeah, I'm talking about like when we were kids. We were definitely kids, but like being like black kids, I couldn't talk about Kingdom Hearts with anybody. Right, with any other black kids, because I didn't play 2K, I didn't play Madden.
Right.
I didn't like. I may play NFL Street, but that was like a short period of time.
Jesus Christ, you just reminded me that like all my friends had, like, I remember, 7th grade. Oh my God, 7th grade. It was April 13th. 7th grade, April 13th. We had walked into the lunchroom and we were all playing Yu-Gi-Oh at the table together. And I remember that, like, we were talking about the fact that we had to keep beating Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories on the GBA to hear Simple and Clean. And I remember that, like, my friends, so I have two friends named Steven C and Steven W. I still talk to them to this day. Steven C had started laughing at us, and he was like, I think it's mad corny that you guys talk about beating a game over and over to hear some whiny ass song when you like whatever. And I remember that his hand was super fucking ashy. And I just remember screaming out loud, bro, look at your hand. And the whole table went loud. And it was like the best reaction I've ever had. And instantaneously, I looked over at another table and I recognized, nobody has this experience like us. Everybody usually gets hype over fights, drama, the popular topic, who's doing what, who didn't suck who off, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, look at us just laughing at, like, having fun, clowning each other, talking about a video game. As time went on, I lost that. Like, I really lost that due to jobs, due to college, due to egos, due to a whole group of people who don't understand me. I tried to find it in another place. It didn't work there. I tried to find it at jobs. It didn't work there. I'm trying to find it here. And yet,
that's why I'm building my company. That's why I'm building a video game company. He's like, I'm just gonna bring the black people to me.
Bro, like, not even to be funny, I tried that. I tried, like, even having initiatives in communities just to give kids a semblance of, like, what I used to have. Like, you don't understand what it was like to not have game systems, and somehow, some way, your deli across the street, this is a very New York thing, your deli across the street somehow got a Metal Slug cabinet and a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 cabinet. I've never seen these games before. Okay, so a couple people could play around with it, but sorry, I'm right here. I talk a lot. Sorry. It's like, I remember getting in trouble because I wanted to play that so bad, and my dad wouldn't give me quarters, so I was borrowing money from people. And I remember just trying to enjoy what I had around me. And now it's like, I have to defend that instead of finding a way to either give that experience or talk about that experience. I gotta defend that. I have to prove that not only do I give a shit about that, but I can also tell you why the fuck this political system is the way that it is, and why the fuck people like you keep gaining audiences talking shit about black people, veining it behind like ignorance or feign ignorance from both the white and black people perspective, and I have to coexist with you on panels in order to grow. Like, you don't understand me already being agitated, bro. You're costing me my fucking quarters.
Right.
Monte, I want to ask you, what is your background? Because your last name is interesting.
My actual background, I'm black and Native American. So my dad was full on black. You said what?
No, because I was just wondering. I was like, that makes
Shout out to Dad.
okay, that makes sense.
I thought you said something else. Yeah, like my dad was full on black, but mom's is she's mixed. She's black and Native American, right? We come from the Passamaquoddy tribe, which were pretty much farmers, you know what I mean? So
yeah. So I wanted to ask you, because I know you mentioned how, like, for you, and I guess I didn't ask you either, like, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
29, same as y'all.
Okay, so you said that, like, so you remember a time where, like, liking anime and such wasn't really cool. Do you feel like, that was just like overall? Do you feel like, because I don't know if you grew up around black people, grew up in a black community as well,
Yeah.
like, and you felt like ostracized for liking that stuff as well.
So like I didn't have the fly in the milk experience. Like the area I grew up in was a very rural area. Like I kind of sort of grew up in the country, right? But the school I went to was a mostly black school. It's a very rural area, right? But growing up, you could say I was spoiled as a kid, you know what I mean? Like whatever the newest games that similar experience is endless, right? Like when I grew up, you could say I was spoiled. Like the newest game system that came out, if I wanted it, like somewhere along the lines, like my parents would get it for me, right? Like I had my very own game console, Nintendo 64, when I was like 5 years old, right? GameCube drops, I get that shit for my birthday. Fucking PS2 drops, I got that shit for Christmas. Like every game system that came out, like brand fucking new, I got that shit the year it came out. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I was lucky. My dad liked
it was
toys,
more of like,
so we would always get his old systems.
Right. Yeah.
I'm
so
also
it's more of like a
child,
money thing. Yeah. So it was more of like a money thing than like a fly in the milk thing for me, right? Because like my dad, he was ex-military, he was in the Air Force. Then when he came back, he was a truck driver and everything like that. So he had like the extra money to spend. So like I said, I grew up fucking spoiled.
You different class.
So I'm like yeah. So it's like I kind of did feel ostracized because like there were these forms of media that I was super fucking familiar with, right? Like I grew up playing fucking Resident Evil, Smash Brothers. Like my favorite racing game as a kid was F-Zero, dog. Didn't nobody know what the fucking F-Zero was? I was like the only kid in my school who knew about that shit. You know what I mean? So like I
was
grew up
able
like
to indulge
knowing
because
like
I had white friends.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like I got to play Twisted Metal because the rich kid down the street, had it, and my friend was friends with him, so we ended up hanging out at his house, and I was like, I don't like this kid.
Bro, you know what's crazy? You brought up the Twisted Metal thing. The only reason I even got introduced to that was because first there was a demo for Vigilante 8 at the end of some game that I was playing. And then my sister accidentally bought it for me because she thought it looked cool and it was gonna be like a really tough thing. And she was like, I know it's rated M, but you could play your first game. And then we opened it, and we did the Sweet Tooth story, and it was like, I killed that fucking bitch. And they was like, oh, and I was like, but yeah, like it was an accident. I would have never gotten that if it wasn't for an accident because nobody else was doing that.
Right. I think it actually changed for me when I was a kid, like probably right up until PS2. It was PS2. I would get shit, if not the day it came out, the year it came out, get a whole gang of games, all that stuff. after I got my Xbox, I got an Xbox as a graduation present from middle school, like 2 years after it came out. And every time I wanted to hit, like, I would, my mom would go to the store to get minutes on her phone, and then my phone when I ended up getting a cell phone. And when we would do that, there was a GameStop next door. And I would just pick like a $5 or $10 game because that was the best I could do. But by then, some of those games that were launch games that were like platinum hits, whatever, were at a decent price. And you could also catch just like other, just like weird ass games that nobody really wanted, just like used games and stuff like that. So that's, I didn't have the experience like as a kid in the early 90s of like only being able to play at other people's houses or only being able to play like through the arcade. I did have the arcade experience, but like I was definitely heavily into the used game era of video games.
Yes, hella, yes.
Yeah. No, that was just out like
you talking now those PS1 like random ass titles from Atlantic Studios shit, yeah.
Yes, the PS2 games with no fucking cover on them and shit.
Yellow cover, yes, yo.
No, I don't know about y'all. If you remember those binders, any of y'all use those CD binders,
hell yeah,
you put the CDs in, you got full of your video games. Like, I got too many cases, I gotta put them all in here.
That was such a wild era because there's so many games too, like fucking Drake and 99 Dragons, that bum ass game. Like so many games that I feel like would also be like common experiences for like the fellow bargain bin gamers. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. Then it's crazy because my first job was actually GameStop. But what were you saying, Lucid?
Oh no, because I was just trying to bring it back to like what Monty was saying about his experience, their experience. I didn't want to gender it. He, they.
Oh no, you're good. He, they.
Okay. About their experience and just being like kind of having that kind of connection, and when you're speaking about that, it just kind of clicked in my head about like, yeah, that's my experience as a YouTuber, right? Because if you go through my my profiles and stuff, it would look like I only started recently, but that's because I started this brand with it like right before COVID. But I've been like on the platforms like when it started because I used to make videos, so I was like, hey, I need an easy place to share my stuff. Right. But I remember I used to get clowned for making YouTube videos. Right. And like doing like dance videos and shit like that. The kind of shit where I was like, man, I'd be making money. I'd be rolling.
I was just about to say, before people started bagging the fuck up off of it, it was definitely seen as some weirdo, like terminally online shit for sure.
Right. Yeah, I used to get clowned hard.
Yeah, it was seen as like you were outcasted because I wasn't open about the type of media I was into as a kid or as a teenager, because like I grew up realizing that like, yo, most people think that's just nerdy fucking shit. Like you tell them like you're into, you tell them you're into like Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy or Smash Bros or some shit like that, they're gonna think you're a fucking nerd. Like they're gonna think you're the whitest black kid on the campus or some shit like
but
that.
That's
Right?
like, but it's that thing within the community. Sorry to cut you off because it was like because my introduction to YouTube was through some white kids making like repeating a sketch that they saw online. Like I don't know. It was like Milk or not like Hot Kool-Aid. If you ever is like the Justin, I forgot his last name, but it's like a very old video Hot Kool-Aid. I made this for you, right? It's a very, very old, like old school video, right? And these white kids recreated it, put it on the morning show, and I was like, oh, that's funny. And then when I heard it was like, yeah, it's off this YouTube video, I looked it up. I'm like, this is funny, right? And and this was like 2006, maybe 7, right? So this is like the beginning of YouTube. Like, and I was like, I want to do this. This is so cool. And I started going to like conventions, like the first playlist convention, right? So, but no black people, nobody was about this. And I don't know if it was like because it wasn't cool or it was just like there wasn't like that access to the internet.
There was an anime convention here called Otakon, and it was crazy. Like even in a city like Baltimore City, it was in Baltimore Convention Center. The city is 64% black, and it was a white convention. Death Fest is a lot of the same way. Like it's just like mostly white people. You'll have actual Nazis in the crowd and shit. In a 64% white city, it's just mad funny. It's mad.
No, so but that it so it's one of those things where like it makes me sound old at times where I'm all like, man, these kids nowadays don't know how lucky they have it. Like I go to anime convention, right? And just be like, yo, there's beautiful black women everywhere. Oh, it's amazing. I feel like maybe
remember,
I could just go to like my own party or just like beautiful just
I
black
just
people.
I just
It's
started
like
making
when you're
snow
just by
angels. You
yourself.
feel me?
Dog, I remember freshman year of high school, ninth fucking grade, yo. Like I remember how awestruck I was that motherfuckers were just then finding out about Dragon Ball Z.
Right.
I got called a phony. I went to Otakon. This is like, and you know, this was when niggas were deep anime nerds because this had to have been like 1998. And I had this. I wish I still had it. I lost it in the house fire, but I had this hard ass Dragon Ball Z shirt. It was like the front was just like it was like the Dragon Ball Z logo, but it was small, like tiny, and like a little badge with Goku's like the kata or whatever that's on the back of his shit, like right there, like a little badge. But on the back was this giant ass like textured portrait of him charging up his Kamehameha wave while he was going Super Saiyan. It was one of the hardest fucking shirts. I begged my dad for this t-shirt and he got it for me. It was all big and shit. But like I went to Otakon the year after because that was my first year at Otakon. I went the year after, like just sporting this shit. Thought I was swag the fuck up with this hard ass Super Saiyan because this was like, you know, it was the year like the year after my nigga killed Frieza and shit. Like,
yeah,
Dragon Ball Z was sized. Gundam Wing and Dragon Ball Z were sized to the maximum.
Oof.
And I was walking around with this this hard ass DBZ shirt on, and some dude in a fucking Naruto headband and a Komodo just pointed at me and went, "Dragon Ball Z is for phonies," and all of his friends started geeking at me. Yo, like a crowd of like 6-7 people walking through the halls of this anime convention. I was just like, damn. Yo.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they're
Crushed
like
my
on the
soul.
internet watching some. They're on the internet watching some shit that ain't even released in America yet. Some
Right,
really obscure
yeah.
shit that most Japanese people don't even know about.
I have a little tip. It's not even really super relevant outside of fact is that I met the voice actor of Goku, right, Sean. Like I not just met him, but I worked next to him because I used to work conventions. So like I worked autograph booths and shit. And so I was working with the original voice of Donatello, Barry Gordon, from the '80s cartoon, and Sean Schemmel was right next to us. You know, working the whole weekend. So it was, you know, that kind of shit where it's like, no, when you see people like, I'm one of those old heads, like, no, I might not watch a whole lot of it now, but I was in that shit. Don't talk to me. I was far into this shit before y'all even knew that anime was a thing, right? I was working with these people. But no, but back to this, like, but you know, my main point was just like, I feel like we all kind of have this kind of kinship with this understanding that like, you know, it wasn't until adulthood I feel like we were able to find this group, right? Of people like, oh, hey, black person that likes anime, death metal, right? You know, obscure shows, like things that aren't, you know, hegemonically black, right? That'll allow us to better define our blackness without it turning into like a Candace Owens, you know, like hate, right? I feel like that's kind of the, you know, where I feel like maybe that's giving her, you know, I feel we're coming back around and Pyro's not even here to, you know, jump in on it, but giving her too much where that you know, that she didn't really have that space to find a blackness that was hers, you know, that she felt represented in, if that makes sense, right? And as you guys were talking about fear, is that when you don't have that representation, you do, and a great example, and again, we can't talk about this until at least tomorrow, is the plan, is like Spider-Verse, right? Where Miles was kind of, you know, in this position where he didn't really feel like he fit in until he found these white people to fit into, right? And then going, you know, without going with spoilers, he met some black people, blah, 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 you know. Catch up tomorrow. Guys really watch the movie by this point. you know. But yeah, so I mean that's just my thought. I feel like, you know, if I'm kind of off base or something, you know.
I fuck with the vibe. I'm just listening because I like to take a step back in conversations. I feel like I force myself upon people a lot, especially when it comes to like, I was gonna say esoteric thought, but like, you know, just I'm very, I guess, capable in this department, and I like to feel like I'm smart sometimes.
Same. That's why I had you on, because
Bizarre Adventure was Kevin.
I like the way the conversation meanders whenever you're involved in this somehow, Paradox. So that's why I figured at the very least, and I knew that just because that's how my channel is, I would have at least one or two people who are probably going to jump on that. I figure would have some insight as well. So yeah.
No, I do really enjoy your insight, like especially when you're talking about fear. I was like, are we smoking poem right now? Let's go.
It just comes from an understanding that like I personally like want power. I personally want to have a voice that is bigger than most. And I understand that that takes like the immediate humility that when, you know how like Hassan will talk about people are uncharitable to me. I think it's not uncharitability. I think it's just there are a lot of people out there that don't feel like these experiences form anyone's fucking opinions because they don't. I recently just talked about this. Most of the people that are large in these spaces, in these online conversations that make videos, that talk for a living, a lot of them are, I would say they believe in the vaccine. You know, they know the right wingers are crazy on this one. But do you know anybody personally who's passed away from COVID? Like, how close were they to you? Do you talk about that? Do you do therapy? Because you're on stream a lot. So, like, I don't know when you get the point to ever, like, converse with people about something sad.
Right.
Okay, so you're going to tell me that the vaccine is good. You're arguing from what type of point? When I tell people the bomb, I'm sorry, it's going to happen here again, but like it's a reality that I've known 179 people who have passed away since March 2020. I'm not telling you that to make you, oh my God, I'm telling you to say like, if I'm going to continue to function, I cannot bullshit you at this point because like, and I was talking to my dad about this. Like when I really think about it, yo, I used to think, yo, damn, bro, nobody hitting my jack. Nobody like, niggas is dead. Like on a real tip, them niggas is dead. Like I can't pretend like that's not something that's going to affect how I create relationships with the next group of people, how I value the love and the appreciation I get from what I do. When I tell people, yo, thank you for following the channel, I give them a raid, I get subscribers, somebody donate. I'm not telling you that because, oh, this is the streamer slick, you know, he's got to say the things. It's like, no, I could really be like in a bad place if I wanted to, by my right, by anybody's right in this situation. And I'm not doing that, and you still value that as something worth putting your time and energy into. I feel like a lot of these people don't have that pain. And I know how fucking stupid it is to yet again revert everything back to Black trauma. But like when you really think about it, even the most well-to-do people still don't have that access. Candace Owens can't be going to fucking therapy. Like Steven Crowder, I'm starting to believe is either bi or actually trans. Like these people are probably grappling with the worst of this shit, and they've made a brand off of excluding. And like that's why I get to the point of like, as we've been talking, that's why I ended up saying like, yo, these people gotta go. Because how cold-hearted could you be? And I think this was Pyro's point. How cold-hearted could you be to either have gone through this and ignore it, or to know that people have gone through it and ignore it? Because we gotta be in your head somewhere, because you are making me up, like you said earlier. They know what pisses us off. Why do you know what pisses us off? You be paying attention to us. You know where the wounds are, and you're pressing on them.
Right.
Okay, so you are doing this not even in bad faith. You're just straight up deep. Like, I'm shadow boxing demons.
Yeah, just a straight up sadist.
Like, so now in my question, or so why I started on this whole rant, is that's what I envelop when I know I say I want a big audience is that I have to, as Endless said earlier, ingest those white racists. Somehow, some way, a black man getting some type of notoriety where, like, I'm getting on a show, I'm talking to this person, they gonna come out and say, they was in my chat just now. I probably only got like 10 viewers, they was in my chat. Like, if it's already happening, then I know that your position is not based in, and this is what I talk about a lot, reality. You're talking in the absurd to force me in a place. I know what that place can bring because I've seen my own people, my friends, literally die from the misinformation you spread, the ideas you spread. I still have motherfuckers that I consider close friends talking about, damn, Brittany Griner kind of look like a man. You hearing about all this trans shit? You a man or you a woman? That's it. That's all I believe in. And I can sit there and have these conversations with them, but that's not me trying to change their mind. That's me having to say, you need to trust me on this one. If I'm going to wield the power of being able to say, you need to trust me on this one, I can't bullshit you. And it goes back to what I started this on. I'm in both positions where I can't bullshit you no matter which way I go. If that person over there is bullshitting you, you don't have to listen to them. You don't have to entertain them. They gotta go. You know what I mean? Like, they gotta go because you're not dealing in a comfortable realm for me where, like, I've said it before and I'll say it again, like H Bomber Guy did a whole 3-hour video on vaccines and autism. Now we're at the RFK Jr. Why won't people debate me on anti-vaccine shit? That line with white people crossed a long time ago. Why are not thousands of people just linking that video? Are we that disconnected? Are we that this much fed into it? Is it Elon boosting all the right-wing replies? Can we not beat a system? We can't do this shit online. How the fuck are we supposed to do this, like, as a group, as a people, as a populace? We need some kind of radical shift and change in ideology, also known as a paradigm shift. That was fire, wasn't it?
I saw how you brought that back because somebody was just asking who was speaking, so I was just now shouting you out in chat because they were like, "Who is this man speaking?" And then you did that right when I shouted you out, nigga. Right when I shouted you out.
I appreciate you.
And then you did that right when I shouted you out.
It's the energy. Like,
Right.
If you want to be that, you got to live that. And that's why I don't get these figures like Kanye. Sure, I hear both sides of why y'all saying I love that discussion. And it's about time I finally had a discussion where there were two like opposing viewpoints and I felt like niggas wasn't arguing. It was like, yo, I'm gonna explain my side. I'm gonna explain my side. Oh, we saw where we met and we see where we divulge. And then we got into so much beautiful shit and even more specifics.
Well, I've said that shit a million fucking times on pretty much all the panels we've been on. But in terms of like the debate content, like that's the actual good shit where like, because even as an audience member, if you're watching, you have this whole other like perspective that you might have and you can contribute to chat and shit, and it's like it becomes an actual conversation so that we can actually map a landscape as opposed to I'm gonna get dunks, I'm gonna make this person look silly, I'm gonna fucking clip this person and this, that, and the third.
What are these debates if not just talentless hacks competing with each other over who can Google search shit the fastest?
Facts.
You'll see these motherfuckers tip-tapping away on their keyboards mid-fucking debate like y'all didn't research this shit before y'all got down to it, like y'all sitting here like Google searching graphs and shit like mid-debate. Like, the fuck out of here. Y'all corny, yo.
And that's what I don't get. I don't understand where this criticism isn't heard. Like, niggas wasn't on Newgrounds debating shit unless you was in one of them real big tunnels. Right. What made y'all lose focus? Because you're playing me, and I'm gonna get a little bitter. I'm gonna apologize for bringing this chat down, but I'm gonna get a little bitter real quick. You are not going to sit here and tell me that you are entertaining enough to make partner. You are not sitting there telling me you are entertaining enough to have enough subs to live. You are not telling me that you are making something or a difference. I don't give a fuck about the idea of what people are interested in, the type of content. I'm telling you that you are literally burning away and pissing away the dollars that could be saving niggas' lives and putting people on a pedestal to make more money for more impoverished people and actually change that gap. And you will sit there and pretend that we're not seeing you copy and paste the same rhetoric, the same videos, the same every day, the same bland opinion, the same
React content.
Right. And it's like, get the fuck away from politics then. Because like I'm gonna walk in that space with you and I'm gonna say, hey, why have you never delved further into this? Like FD even brought that up to Hassan. And I understand that there are some positions that some people can't take. I'm not asking you to take those. Right. But like we are not at the game stage of this anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to be a doomer to anybody's audience, but I'm letting you know right now, niggas is mobilizing. You are seeing it, and they are calling it a Fed move with the Patriot Front and shit. That is op behavior. Goofy behavior. Facts. We are already at the goofy stage of niggas getting targeted using, there was right-wing violence when school wanted to represent pride and people are twisting the narrative and people are reporting on it. Look at this article, this and that. We are already at the point where shit is moving. Now, I understand wanting to be entertaining. Y'all know me, I'm goofy as fuck. I literally play games here. I sit here, make music, remixes. Like, I'm sure you playing Diablo 4 right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we're all here as entertainers. Is just, what is it that we're trying to entertain you with? And why is it entertaining? And what are the things that we're going to do that we try to make sure people know amidst that? You know what I mean? That might not be so entertaining.
Right, like you come in here either for me to release your brain for a couple of minutes, for a couple of hours, but you know in the back of your head, if somebody brings some shit up, yeah, I could talk on it. And I mean it in the form of like the Nick, like we could even talk about the Nick Merck shit. And like niggas look at that and they're like, yeah, I could tell who's who. You telling me like out of everything that you've seen, heard, done, everything, you don't know why what you said was like weird?
Right.
Like the walkbacks, endless. Let's really talk about it. And I'm sorry to bring both Maudie and what do I call you? Because I really started hearing Lucid.
Okay, yeah, my fault. I didn't introduce y'all. Yeah, that's Lucid. We've been doing a lot of like talks and panels and stuff. He's actually a YouTuber, so he's on the Lucid Kitty. If you subscribe to YouTube, but yeah, he's cool people.
Right. Okay. Cool. It's like if you know who the fuck is around you, if you know what the fuck is going on, like you can't tell me that not one person in your circle said to you, yo, I could tell you where this was gonna go wrong. Let's really chop it down. Endless. We got dragged for months on end for merely critiquing about the absurdity of a situation that we were witnessing. And then predicting the moves, as Black people will do, of the opposition. Happy. And all of a sudden, like there was this like pinpointed target accuracy on like every move and everything that we did, and every word was twisted out. Like, you mean to tell me Nick Merckx don't got nobody like that in his corner that would G-check him? You see what I mean, like about absurdity? There's no way, because you can't have the audience, you can't have the money, you can't have the fame and not walk through life saying, at least I know what them niggas is going through. You can't do that, because if you can do that, why are we paying? Why are you sitting at the top of this shit? That's where my bitterness comes from. It's fucking sadly purity tested. Not purity testing because I want to, but because niggas is mobilizing and you haven't even like remotely taken 5 minutes out. Bro, there's an app called Morning Brew. That shit'll get you right up on speed. Like, there are ways to do this. You work out in the gym, you don't got a podcast. Yo, put a video of Hassan on in the background if you hate him so much. Like, you could do shit in your time. You have money, you have freedom, you have capital. You can't be that closed in now, can you? Because then why are we, pause, wide open? I hate that I said that because I'm okay with my sexuality, but niggas is niggas, so we gonna have to cover all the bases. But like, you feel me? That's my biggest gripe about, and now to relay it all the way back to the first conversation that we had about Candace saying shit about Juneteenth and like making these whole fucking points and shit. It's like, bitch, you know what you doing. And my problem is that you know what you're doing. I wish that I could forfeit all my beliefs into saying that Candace truly believes this in her core. But like, I seen you do other shit. I seen what you rocking and I wasn't impressed with it. I see what you saying and we wasn't looking at it. Why the fuck are you next to us? Like, bitch, what you gonna do? Come test us? Like, it's to the point where I just feel like if it's that dumb, there's no way it's winning. Somebody's not saying the right thing. We are not approaching these topics the right way. There is no way in hell that, like, there's probably 15 hours worth of video on YouTube debunking every anti-vaccine narrative that ever existed in humanity. Probably with video footage and clippings of what they used to say in the 1920s. There's Twitter threads, there's a thread on Rumble, there's some weird somebody here. Everybody's doing it. There's no way that we know the real shit and had time for anime and had time for Kingdom Hearts and that confusing ass plot with 13 games, one of which was a mobile game, which was integral to the part of Kingdom Hearts 3. How the fuck do I know that and the geopolitical situation between and Israel and Palestine? Like, you can't be one side of me and not the other side of me, because am I fucking crazy? I feel like I'm going crazy. I got brain rot, but I feel good about it. Because nobody's seeing me in Tekken, and you not beating me in a fucking debate. I win both sides. Like, how do you have the bread, bro? that's my spiel. It's like, I don't like being treated like I'm an idiot. And I feel like a lot of Black conservatives are just treating people like idiots. That is the core ideology of it. That is the where they want to exist. And I hate that, because it makes me say, damn, what's the point of fighting then if like the dumbest shit they say is the top and like the most nuanced, level-headed takes are just waving away in the waves?
Well, that's always been my point, is that it's not that there's no point in fighting. It's just that you got to find a different strategy. And that this has been my thing from the very beginning. As you can see, like, there's certain paths that you can take that will get you to a certain level or a certain area amongst a certain group of peers. And if that shit is goofy, if we're talking Twitch politics, just as an example, it's goofy and it's, there's a road to partner there, I guess, if you ingratiate yourself among that crowd enough. But it's like, why would you? Because it's a bunch of goofy ass white people. You could find your lane and make something else valuable, which had been my move. And I feel like a lot of people, like, I feel like that's more or less what Cornbread Tube is with YouTube, which isn't so much streaming, and it's definitely not really so much on Twitch, but just like this whole nother, fuck it, if I can't sit at your table, then I'm gonna sit at this new table. We're gonna have blackjack and hookers. Or even, I'm gonna sit at this table by myself, bored as shit every day, until somebody wonders why I'm sitting by myself, and then they fuck with me, and then we snowball from there as 2 becomes 4 and 4 becomes 8 or whatever. You know what I mean?
I feel like going on what Paradigm was saying, the reason the stupid shit gets pedaled to the top, it stays at the top the way that it does, whereas the rational thought is always at the bottom, is because we've seen this happen in Twitch poll, and I feel like we can also say this also happens in, the media, is that the people who say the dumbest shit, being the ones in power, want to stay in power. And it becomes a group effort. People who are in power are going to, put their best efforts to keep their fellow man in power, in power. You know what I mean? That's why when you step away from the Twitch poll space and hang out literally anywhere else, you'll kind of realize most people don't think like these fucking weirdos do. Like, these are the types of the motherfuckers you see in Twitch poll are the ones who are going around accusing everyone else of being terminally online or whatever have you. But you step out of this fucking space, and that terminally online thought that they're calling terminally online, it turns out that's actually just how most people think. Most people think that way. It's just they're doing the thing. They're quite literally doing the thing, saying any stupid shit to keep each other in power.
Fuck with that vibe, ladies and gentlemen. I do have to head out. I have a time limit here. I gotta make
It was
some
good
more
talking to you.
comments. Nah, this was fire.
It was great
This
meeting
was-
you, Paradigm.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I could get everybody introduced as well.
You can always find me around the you can you can always find me around the 5,000 block. That's a Fifth Element reference if anybody confused.
No, I got that.
No, hit me
I'm
up.
nothing but a meat popsicle.
Yes, let's fucking go. yes. All I have is references. Let's fucking go. Anyway, I'm
just a facilitator. I just try to put people in the right positions.
We feel that. Are we doing shout outs or are we just dipping? Because I could just dip.
We could, if you guys want to do like outros or whatever, because I'm just going to sit here and play Diablo for like another hour or two. So if y'all want to do outros, and then I'll probably just go back to playing Deebers.
Heard you.
Yeah, no, I didn't have any place to go, but yeah, if you're trying to just go back to gaming, that's cool too.
If y'all want to just chill and cook with me, because I'm probably going to play Deeb, we could just talk and riff it up in the background.
I'm down. I have Vampire Survivor on in the background. Y'all just can't see any streaming. I just got shit going on. I'm not even touching the board.
I feel it. Yeah, I'd be chilling out in town. That's why I just covered the shit up with the.
Okay, so it'll just be me then. Ladies and gentlemen, twitch.tv/the_paradigm_shift. Please let Twitch know to give me back my username. I hate the underscores. Listen, I know that this sound like what I'm about to say is probably going to sound very egotistical, but you know what? Survival of the fittest in this bitch. Look, I come from a drug addict family. I'm trying to do something good here. I have a lot of great ideas that I've already implemented throughout the city. I ran for mayor once. I'm trying to make waves. So if you're trying to support the boy, go hit that YouTube. Go come check me out. But before you even think about the idea of me poaching viewers from my friends, you can also go check them out, because they're cool people as well. And if I go up, they're going up with me. I'm not talking to nobody else. I've said this and I've been saying this for years. My YouTube has 705 videos. You could find it.
Before we even get there, just to even dead that narrative, because we were talking about doing this before I even had the Biggie Boy raid I got today too. So just to even dead that narrative.
I didn't even know you had a raid. I was just talking regular, like.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I know. I saw the numbers were up a little high. I was like, oh, hello.
Yeah.
I had no fucking clue. Literally no clue.
Yeah.
You see that now y'all know. Now y'all know. Like there
Marcus,
it is right there.
We appreciate everyone listening. Everyone there, we appreciate you guys listening.
Yeah, there's a bunch of raiders who are like idle and shit, but yeah, Marcus from left flank vets. Sorry, rated me.
He's rated me before as well, or they've rated me, I should say. But yeah, come do the thing. I'm gonna actually write a song because it's like that lo-fi drill shit has been playing in my head for the last like hour and a half, and I just need to get that shit out.
I feel it.
All right, y'all.
It's good talking to you.
Definitely, always pleasure meeting everybody. Also, Mouty, it's finally nice to hear you.
Oh, same to you, fam. Yo, We gotta shoot the ones on Tekken one day, yo. It's gotta
When
happen.
8 comes
bro.
out, we're just gonna have a whole Kumite. I feel like.
Absolutely, the parties is back. Say less, say less. Hit me up, hit me up. We'll make it happen. We'll make it happen.
All right.
Hell yeah.
All right, all right.
Oh yeah. All right, let's get Ellie, if you want to come through. Now I guess we're just gonna have just kind of open VC because like I was saying, I wanted to. I seen that tweet and I just kind of wanted to go at that, and I just knew that he would be a good person to talk to about that. And we haven't talked in a minute, made content in a minute, and I just so happened to do it with 55 people watching, so that's cool. Oh yeah, thanks, Fish Missile. Shout out to everyone in chat. I know when we were talking like that, I kind of don't pay as much attention to chat, but shout out to everybody in chat. Shout out Epiphany. Shout out Minnie. Shout out Cable Gurung. Shout out Alcoholicorn. Fucking Hot Chocolate Hole. Shout out fucking Austin. Sub Heavy T. Shout out Fish Missile. Shout out Kevin FM, of course. The superior Kevin. Shout out Sands is fine. All right. Oh, of course, DJ Blaze as well. Shout out DJ Blaze. All right. Let's see what's up with this Diablo, which has just been chilling in the background this entire time. What y'all up to? Oh yeah, fucking Ellie, bag you in. Hey, what's happening?
Sorry about the silence. Had to run from the mic real quick.
It's all good.
But I'll be right back a second too.
So why don't you play? So I wanted to. Oh, sorry. I think Ellie was about to talk.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, my computer's a fuck. Where if I plug my mic into the wrong USB port, it's just automatically muted and I can't unmute it. I don't know why. So I have to plug it in the right one for me to be able to talk, and I can never know which until I have to look into it.
Yeah.
But
Ellie,
yeah.
Real quick before can I ask pronouns just so I don't?
Oh, she, her.
She, her. Okay, cool. All right, just want to be sure.
No, I appreciate it. But anyway, I was trying to say before I my
before I rudely interrupted.
No. Oh, but anyway, that meeting that I was talking about in chat yesterday, Endless.
Mm-hmm.
I had the opportunity to actually talk to none other than Ashanti Alston yesterday.
Whoa! Fuck
yeah. No, because me and my friend Vanessa, we've been I actually came up to her because I actually was thinking about because my friend's an artist, and I was like, oh hey, Ashanti Alston stuff doesn't usually get the same kind of attention as a printed scene
Right.
as other white anarchist creators, and so I wanted to team up with my artist friend and just be able to make it happen. And so being able to give and we've been brainstorming a bit, and then I realized that Ashanti was talking about that he'd been talking recently on Black Power Media and stuff like that, and they basically told people where to find him, and so I found him and actually was able to get in contact with him. And I told him about the project, and I was like, hey, if we can't talk about it, if you're busy, that's totally understandable, because he's got his own things, he's got his own problems, and he was like, I would love to talk. And so finally I was able to get in contact with him yesterday, last night, and it was an amazing conversation. I was absolutely blessed by being able to talk to him. He's a real kind soul. I love it.
Blessed or tenacious? That's a big thing that I'm about, is that you don't get it if you don't ask, right? And that's been a
fair.
lot of how I get my conversations is that I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just slide into your DMs. You wanna do an interview?
That's fair.
Like, and what's crazy
Right.
is it's been harder to get YouTubers to get like black YouTubers to jump on for an interview, but been easier to get like famous artists to get like famous like comic book artists and stuff like that to join. I was like, yeah, I haven't been asked to join. Like, yeah, sure, I'll do your podcast. But I'm like trying to get like other like cornbread people and they're like, oh, we don't know, trying to get emails back or DMs read. But I'll just like slide into people's like artist DMs and they'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll talk about my comic book from the 80s.
That's really rad.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, yeah, like I just kind of just took the shot. I was like, I mean, because like I've tried to like get in contact with pretty like other prominent black anarchic radicals before, because Lorenzo Irvin is still living in Kansas City, if I remember correctly. So he's like real close to me. And I was like, oh, I'm he has like other social media. Let me try and contact him. And he, like I'm not gonna be, like he never responded back. But it's like again, like I'm not gonna like hold it against him because he's got his own problems. He's living with his wife. He's got his own he's got his own whatever. Like I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna hold it against anybody, especially folks who are getting up in that age where it's just like, who knows, like, right, and so I was like, I really wasn't expecting a Shanti to answer. I was like, oh, well, we tried, and then I just get the email back. I'm like, holy shit, no way. So yeah, it was an incredible conversation. I was able to ask him a couple questions about his mindset with beyond nationalism and not without it, because that's the one thing that we're making this very stylistic zine of, and then distribute it. And just like, oh, what was your mindset whenever you were making that? What was the context? Because we can't always get the context from a work that was made like 20 years ago, like 1999. Right. Made a year before I was born, which is absolutely mind blowing. But anyway, yeah. So we was able to talk to him about that, and just were able to connect. And it's just I was amazing shit.
I'm excited to see the results.
Yeah, no, I'll make sure to link that shit.
Is gonna be like a video or like
it's just a zine
vlog?
Just a zine publication, just like stuff that we're gonna be distributing here locally, but also like put up on the internet for anybody else to have, because again, my friend is an artist, and so like you're gonna
distribute it on a skateboard.
I still need to get like the skaters, like the skater girl skirt. I still need to get that.
The hot topic joint.
Right, like I need that, because every other girl that I know, every other doll that I know has one of those, and I feel like I have not done a critical step in my transition towards being a woman. Because every other doll I know, every other trans woman I know has gotten that when one time or another, and I haven't. I'm like, ooh, I need to get that off Amazon. That's the one thing I'm gonna get off of Amazon, is that fucking skirt, so I can look cute in it. So
yeah,
roll up on a skateboard with that on. But yeah, how's everybody else doing?
Just cool.
Let's go here.
I'm just chilling. I'm playing Diablo. Yeah, just had a nice raid, starting to dwindle down a little bit. Oh,
yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah, I'm glad I did that, because I was supposed to be at work today, and I didn't go because I'm kind of burnt out on that place.
I mean,
no, I get it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I emailed them, like, so it's like an official thing this morning, like, hey guys, I'm not doing this job because y'all didn't hire me to, so.
Right.
Dog, what is it with you and getting hooked up at places that just seem like they've been ducking and dodging OSHA for like the past 10 years?
This place isn't even, they're OSHA compliant now, because they don't play with that shit, and that like would essentially be my job if I fulfill this duty, is like I could transition into the safety department to make sure that they're actually OSHA and like Cintas compliant and shit, right? Which has been like my thing. Like, fuck yeah, I want to learn all that shit, and I want to make sure that people, at least in my sphere of influence, are going to be able, like, if beyond unionizing and that whole deal, if I just have that power myself to at least, if I can't make those changes, to at least document that those changes need to be made for when shit fucks up, and be the person that's really in the workers' corner, I want to do that. I'm not saying that to them. I'm just making it seem like I can keep them OSHA compliant and shit, even though I know they're gonna, just because that's how capitalism works. You cut as many corners as possible. Like, damn, I got clapped. But yeah, fucking yeah, my position essentially is just as a forklift trainer, but as a trainer, I have to make sure that people are being safe on the machines, and part of that is ensuring that there's a safe working environment. So. But yeah, I just wrote an email today like, hey, someone told me 2 months ago that y'all were gonna hire me, but now I'm hearing I need to apply. So I'm still gonna do this job that I've been doing for free for 2 months anymore.
Yeah, no, fuck that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I guess they were like, they're coming up on the end of the fiscal year, I guess, or whatever, so they don't hire until they start the new fiscal year or whatever. But it's like, can I at least like get that in writing? Because right now the only thing I have in writing is that, yeah, we totally put the request in to make you permanent. From now on, everyone just ducks my instant messages.
Yeah, because they know if they manage to get you over the phone, then they have that plausible deniability.
Well, I'm not doing anything like that again because the manager from HR said he'd pay me $500 to work late, so I worked a 16-hour shift, never got the money, and then when I emailed him asking about it, he just like acted like he didn't even acknowledge that part of the email.
What money?
Right.
That's
you
bullshit.
You just need to get old school tape recorder and just have it in your pocket, just ready to hit anytime the boss comes around, like click.
Start going in that bitch with a fire.
Especially if you live in like a one-way state. If you live in a one-way record state where you don't have to consent, get the consent, I would absolutely record.
Yeah, if it's a one-party state, fucking do it. Like, literally, all you have to do is I give consent to leak it, and you're the one who leaks it. Like, you know, or you're the one who records it. Like that's legal. That's legal. But yeah,
I'm also trying to get a bag. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm trying to get like be able to like buy a house and stuff. But if that's not in the cards for me, if I end up just being myself and what I know best how to do happens, I guess that's just what it's gonna be. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to do what you got to do, but I understand just doing whatever you need to do to get as much money as possible with all this bullshit going on. So yeah, I definitely don't would never judge you on that front. I mean, I'm trying to do that too with my current job.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excellent of just deciding the day, like on the clock, like actually, you know what? I'm going home and I'm never coming back here again.
Yeah, fuck that.
Notorious for that shit.
No, that's.
I did it.
I've been doing this since my first job.
Yeah.
My boss talked to me sideways, and I came back, gave back because I'm a delivery driver. Talked to me sideways over the phone. I've been working, and he's all like, "You so lazy, blah blah." And he's Albanian. I was like, I hung up, walked in, and I just handed him my tips. And he's like, "You done for?" He's like, "You done?" Yeah. He's like, "Is it early?" Because they knew I work late. He's like, "You're done for the night?" Yeah. When are you coming back? I'm not.
Right.
I was like, just give him money, I'm out.
Right.
And then
yeah.
the boss had to hire me back because the owner was all like, no, we'll fire him before we'll let you go, right? And he had to like talk him down, like you can't just be talking to our employees like this.
That's true, Dead New. Maryland's an at-will state, so yeah, I figured that's my attitude about that because I've been fired that way before. Just like day of, like, yeah, don't come in today. So So that's my philosophy behind it. Is if it's at will employment,
I'll give you 2 weeks.
it's at will departure. I will on the
you have to
spot
be a
be like,
decent
you know what? I don't
workplace.
want this job.
If you're a decent workplace, then like I might give you where it's like I just have better like opportunities, or I'm gonna go somewhere that will take care of me. Then I'll give you that to replace me. Hell, I might help you find a replacement. Right, someone who could do my job. But yeah, no. If you've been treating me like shit, no.
I'm out of potions.
Oh, man. My God. No.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Oh, yeah, I've been dealing with a decent amount of bullshit with my new job, just because, like, of course, whenever I get hired at this fucking Starbucks, they never fucking say, because it technically says that it can be a full-time job to be a barista there. But they're not giving anybody full-time hours.
Yeah, hell no.
And they don't. And I was only told that until I was starting to train. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, you're only gonna get like 30 hours a week. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Hell no, that shit's ass. Yeah, they did the same thing with me at my last job where I had a full-time job with benefits at this other dock that I was working at, but that place was fucking goofy. They're only paying people $16 an hour in there. So so I quit on the spot and I fucking went to Napa with the understanding from this person, like, hey, I just quit my job on the spot. I really need a full-time job. And they're like, so you said you need 30 hours a week? And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not.
You said full-time, he's like 30 hours?
Yeah.
That guy's math is wrong.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you
is
part-time
not-
at first, and then we'll make you full-time once you prove yourself.
Bullshit.
Or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, all right. Okay.
Bullshit.
That's... Alright, thanks for the opportunity. I'm
Right. Here's the opportunity I'm going to give you. The opportunity to kiss my ass. Just walk out. Fuck that. No, that's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm going to have to get a second job on top of this one to just make the fucking ends meet. I have no idea where I'm going to find a second job that's only going to allow me to like work like 10 hours. Because, like, I know for a fact that, like, the second job that I'm gonna need, they're not gonna hire somebody, especially a fucking trans woman, unless they have to, and it's only when I'm gonna be, like, trying to do as many hours as possible and like cover for their fucking overtime and shit.
Is your state not trans? Like one of those not trans friendly?
I live in Missouri. Yeah, no, you can say that. You can say that, Missouri. Sure, I live in St. Louis, so it's a little better, but like, there's no state protection for us. There's maybe local protection, but that isn't worth anything. You know, that's worth fucking nada. That's worth like it's like the fucking name.
I just mean even just like the culture in itself, where it's like, as opposed to like, oh, I live in LA, or even you know, someplace where you know, there's more of a gay culture there where you don't want to be as worried about like, oh, being trans wouldn't be such a detriment to getting a job.
I mean, you'd think that in like St. Louis, because St. Louis has like a pretty vibrant like trans and queer culture. Especially since I live in the southern part of the city, which is a bunch of white queer people in it.
I take that for granted here in Baltimore because Baltimore's so black, but it's also pretty cool. Like, it has those spaces.
Right, but yeah, so like my current Starbucks is probably one of the most openly queer Starbucks stores in the entire city. Literally half the staff is trans or queer somehow. So like, sure, but then, you know, but that doesn't stop people who are in managerial positions or people, you know, who are hiring people to be like, even on like that implicit level, like, oh, trans woman? Nah.
Right.
I'm good. You know, or oh, I'm gonna just conveniently look at this other candidate every single time, you know?
I mean,
like,
I'm a black guy that's worked in IT my whole life, so
fair enough. Like, right. Like,
you know what I mean?
I remember like
there's always someone more qualified.
Right, no, I remember whenever I first when I immediately was trying to look for a job as a trans woman instead of as a closeted, as this was a closeted trans woman, and my job prospects just went like that immediately, just nothing. Every single place I applied to, everything was just gone, nothing, zero, nada. It was actually quite I mean. Obviously, I don't regret coming out at that time in my life, but at the same time,
No, it's like shell shock. It's like
it really
it
was.
does make you question a little bit about
Is it worth
was this the best decision? Even though even though you know it's the best decision, especially for you as a person, you're like, but because as we're talking about with Candace Owens and them, we're like, you kind of have to come with this, choice of do I want to survive? Or do I want to be true to myself? And some people, much rather are so much about survival and even not so survival, but comfort that they'll give up their entire selves and become someone else, purely for that.
Yeah, you kind of have to, you kind of have to give up your own humanity for the sake of survival, and it's ultimately all to make somebody else rich at the end of the day too. So I mean,
right. No, so we'll see. I mean, I might be able to apply to a couple of places, and hopefully hope that they're willing to take someone who's gonna be who's only willing to work 10 hours a week on the weekends or something. I hope. We'll see.
Are you compromised? Are you can't be around people and such like that?
I mean, I don't even really know because I got COVID last year and my lungs have been fucked up ever since. And so now this summer with almost every single day here in the city, this year has been air quality warning.
Especially a couple
bad
weeks
for the
ago,
most
that shit was
vulnerable. Yeah. No, it was way worse out there for you guys, from what I understand. But it was pretty. It was pretty bad out here too.
Because what I'm getting at is that a good job for those kind of hours is entertainment places. So places where that are usually mainly only open on the weekends because kids are only out on the weekends.
Right.
For example, I don't know how many are out there anymore. I know for where I was, laser tag places, what are those called? David Buster type places that really most of their traffic is on the weekends. Those are the kind of places where you'll be able to get those I can only work a few hours a week. So even if it's I need to work during the week, well, we're only open from 5 to 8. So we need one person to work but we need 3 people to work the whole building for during the week. And that's a good way to I would say look into those places. You might not get money, but if you're concerned about some place that will fit into your schedule, those places are a bit more that will fit into that limited amount of hours.
Right, because I do enjoy being at the Starbucks job because I actually like my coworkers. We're actually part of the Starbucks union. We're probably one of the more active ones in St. Louis. We're one of 5 or 6 different unionized stores in the St. Louis metro area, which is pretty active, considering the rest of the country. So we're actually going to be going on strike in a couple days. So I'll thank God I'll get 70% of my wages through the national union, but thankfully and also unthankfully it's only going to be a day strike. So it's only going to be literally one day, and we're just shut down.
Worth of profits in the middle of the summer though, or in the beginning of the summer, is going to be ouchy for them.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I can't wait until we're able to fight for because we don't have credit card tips in our store.
Oh, wow.
We only get cash tips. Yeah,
that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, so we're only getting paid maybe 15 or so an hour.
The fucking Starbucks, it wasn't an official Starbucks. They just served Starbucks stuff, but we at least had a fucking square so people could tap to pay and shit to tip us. That's a little fucking ridiculous. It's a whole ass Starbucks, you can get cash tips.
No, you want to know the
You
grand
guys still
total of
use, like,
tips that I
old
got for
school-
1 week? 9 whole crisp American dollars.
Jesus Christ.
Christ.
$9.
There was slow times, like, I would be making people's frappuccinos and shit. People get custom shit, and you're like, dog, I just held everybody up, taking 10 minutes to make that drink, and you just tipped
Oh
me
my god, I'm
75
just
cents.
learning that actually. I'm still in training, and I'm just now getting into the cold brew area and like all how fucking frappuccinos work and all the different shit.
The
all
machines.
decaffeinated and the caffeine. Oh my god.
It takes a couple of weeks to learn how. That shit's not like, and that's what is
Yeah.
funny to me about people talking shit about like baristas is like that shit's not fucking easy to do. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to stop into there to do it every fucking morning on your way to work. You can just do it yourself. But
Right. We
surprise,
grease your
surprise,
guys' wheels, yeah.
right? Right, and surprise, surprise. Even if you know how to do it fast is a fucking skill, right? So it's like
You
it's
learn
so
that shit
fucking
over
stupid.
time, yeah. No, I mean, it's really because like, oh god, have you ever looked at the fucking cashier screen whenever you're trying to take somebody's order? That's a whole other skill in itself.
Right.
It's so
I used to
fucking
do
complicated.
POS, so yeah.
Yeah, same. We had POS at GameStop. We had POS, but yeah, pretty much at every place beside that I worked retail, they had POS.
Yeah, no, it's like 70 different screens, like hundreds of different combinations. Like it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like how
Everything is
Just-
code for something else. Like it's just.
Oh my god,
so-
right. It's all that shit. And so like when I remember I tried to do the drive-through, I can't be doing the social stuff and also trying to figure out the fucking thing in a timely manner. I can't do that.
There's
you
times
know?
like right now I have to know how to use a DSI scan gun for like warehouse, and like I worry like how much of my brain
Wait,
am
they
I
have you
using
do
for
social
this?
stuff?
So what I
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, who are you asking that question to?
Luce, you said you do like social stuff and then you have your drive-through.
Oh, right. So, sorry, my autistic ass. Whenever you have to go to the drive-thru, you have to ask them the question. You have to listen for it, and then put down the order. It's really difficult for me to learn all the scripts that I need to know whenever I'm asking people questions and like how I'm supposed to act, and then also try and figure out the enigma machine that is the fucking thing. Like I'm trying to decode the goddamn Nazi codes over here. That's how complicated it feels like to me while trying to talk to this random customer that's like wanting their order like that. And I'm like, so I've been trying to train with my trainer, where my trainer is the one who, you know, we both have a headset, but they're the one who like asks for the order, and then I'll listen in, and then I'll like put in the order as I listen into it, and I've been able to do that pretty well. So I'm getting there, but it's gonna take a long time for me to get fully acclimated into that thing. But it is a hard job. But the people that I work with, you know, I'm pretty lucky in that regard.
Yeah, no, that's a huge part of like dealing with any job. It's just like that you have people that you enjoy working with, right? I've had very few of those where I was like, man, I really fuck with like everybody I work with here.
That's why I did not last long at the one factory job I had, because like just everyone was at each other's throats. That seems to be like most factories, because like everyone I know that's worked at some type of factory has stories like that, where there was always like those few people that they just did not get along with. Everyone's competing everyone's competing with each other for whatever stupid fucking reason.
She's still here?
And
You'll see
that's why like just about all the factory jobs a town over from where I live at, just about all of them are revolving fucking doors, because nobody gets along for whatever reason. Just everyone hates each other at those jobs.
Where did the cannibals come from?
Right. No,
I hear that's the problem with trade jobs.
Yeah.
Really?
That like you know, that like it's that being an apprentice is just trash because everyone you have to apprentice for is just a dick.
Oh, with this it wasn't even. With this, it wasn't even an apprenticeship thing. It was just like the factory environment is just, it's shitty, especially a town over, because like so like a town over from where I live at, a lot of the factories are they treat the workers like shit because a lot of them are used to hiring ex-convicts and shit like that, so they feel like they can hire anybody whose options are just like extremely limited, and they see you as expendable, you know what I mean? So you can walk out and okay, well there's plenty of other desperate fucking people who can't find employment because of whatever history that they have, so they'll just immediately replace you the very next day. And and it creates this very toxic fucking environment that nobody has a healthy relationship with anyone in. Like when I had that one factory job, I was just like, I'm never doing this shit again.
Oh yeah, no, I used to work at FedEx for 1.5 years, FedEx Ground, and yeah, that was probably one of the worst jobs that I've ever had in my fucking life. That was hell on earth for me in so many ways. I could tell you so many different horror stories and so many different ways at that job. That was, whew. But I'm sure you have similar experiences with the jobs that you've had too.
Oh, for sure. Like I've worked in the factory, I've worked in retail. Like I couldn't tell you which is worse between the factory environment and the retail environment, because when I was working retail, yeah, there were people that I fucked with. Like I was cool with people when I was working retail, right? But the thing with retail that I've noticed that the factory environment, at least the one I worked in, didn't have, was that the factory environment didn't really have, well, the one I worked in anyway, I'm not speaking for all, just the one I worked in, there wasn't really anyone trying to kiss up to management or anything like that, you know what I mean? There wasn't that one or few ass kissers around that would micromanage everybody or report each and every minor infraction to the higher ups or some shit like that. Whereas in retail, there always seems to be that one fucking guy, and it's super ironic that the one guy
in retail is kissing up, or in factories kissing up.
In retail, I never really saw anyone when I was working at factory. I didn't really see anyone trying to kiss up to the higher ups. But like I said, I'm not speaking for all factories, just the one I worked in. But when I was working those retail jobs, yeah, there was always that one fucking guy or girl who would spend most of the day like making small talk with like the department manager or some shit like that, right? And while everyone else is, busting their fucking asses, like gathering carts in the parking lot, or stacking shelves, or unloading the trucks in the back or some shit like that, they're just like making fucking small talk, and then they have the fucking audacity, to come out to the front and start micromanaging everybody. It's like, bitch, where the fuck have you been the whole entire time?
I mean, they're just Randall from Recess. You know what I mean? Wasn't Randall? What's his name?
Yeah, literal Randall energy. Yeah.
Right. Because I would say at least the difference with factory, at least like in the factory jobs, depending on there's unions, there's some decent employment opportunities. There's no decent employment opportunities in retail outside of management. So doing what you can to ingratiate yourself to be able to rise within those ranks is really all you can really hope for in that job, because there is no like, I'm just gonna work retail and just I'm gonna have a good retirement plan. Like you ain't getting that working the cashier position.
Yeah. I want to. Someone in the chat asked, did management pit employees against each other at the factory, like using so and so? No, it was just the factory I worked at was like I said, the factory I worked at, they didn't pit the employees against each other. It was just everyone was just so bitter toward each other and everything like that, right? And like I said, the factory I worked at was probably the worst factory in that town to work for, because like I said, they were used to hiring, mostly convicts, like ex-convicts and shit like that, right?
I was just saying
And they
with
would just
FedEx
treat,
Crown, yeah.
yeah, and they would treat them like absolute
Yeah,
dog
no,
shit, which made the situation way fucking worse. So like everyone was already in a shit ass mood, so nobody was having any shit. You know what I mean? So it was just like everyone was just at each other's fucking throats.
Oh
And it
yeah.
wasn't even necessarily, it wasn't even necessarily because of anything
The management
any
did,
of the other workers necessarily did. It was because like they were already having a shitty day, and the people up top are just making shit worse for everybody. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh my god. I might have told Endless a few stories from fucking FedEx Ground, but yeah, there wasn't really anything that my management did necessarily that would pit my coworkers against each other at that plant, at that warehouse. But like, okay, so the warehouse itself was basically like it's out in the county, like a west from St. Louis, and so we have people from the city who you know, and a lot of those people who are coming from the city are black people who are trying to get any job they can, and so they'll just, you know, that they'll be super exploited and overrepresented in a job like this. And then there are people who are the majority still, but you know, who aren't overrepresented. There's the white people from the surrounding west area. You know, you have the people from Lincoln County, from St. Charles County, you have people from fucking Jefferson County, all these more rural or suburban areas who are coming in and at this job just to maybe get whatever money they can, or maybe they're young and this is one of their first few jobs. It actually gives them decent money that isn't retail, you know. And those white people are racist as fuck.
Oh hell
Like,
yeah!
oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to unionize that place for 6 months or so. Oh my god, like I had so many coworkers that I had to fucking like talk to about, like, no, they would have so much contempt for their fellow coworkers simply for being black and from the city. Like, it was so bad to the point where, like, oh my god, there was actually racial tension between like the white supremacists and like just people of color, like being like, hey, don't be a white supremacist. Like, got so bad that there were literal fights that were breaking out on the floor, like on the shop floor, to the point where two managers, one of the only black managers in the entire fucking store, or the entire like warehouse, and then a white manager sitting there the entire peak season watching that area of the place because there was a white supremacist that was there that was starting fights.
That's wild.
No, yeah, that guy, yeah, he was a literal fucking white supremacist. He was working at that place. He literally, like, this story is honestly like both hilarious and awful. So that guy, that white supremacist, I didn't even really know about him until one day during peak. I was like sitting around during our break, and I was actually reading Lorenzo Irvin at the time. It was a couple years ago. You know, I was reading like the original copy of his stuff from like, you know, before he re-released it. It was like from like whatever, from the initial one from the 90s.
Right on.
And I'm reading it while I'm on the clock because I'm just, you know, or not on, like when I'm on break. And so he comes up to me and he has this like, he either looked like an old punk or a biker. I couldn't tell which because he had like round glasses or something. He had the shaved sides. He had the vest on, like, and he had the Thor necklace, you know, Thor's hammer necklace. So I didn't know which one it was from a distance. And he was like over 6 feet. Huge dude.
I don't know what it is with like white supremacists and their obsession with Thor.
I don't know either.
It's, it comes
I
from
don't know.
the Nazis co-opted a lot of like pagan
Norse
stuff.
paganism.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I guess it's because, like, you know, Thor and like Nordic mythology or some shit like that. And you know how Nazis tend to be obsessed with that type of thing.
Right, but anyway, he comes up to me. He asked me what I'm reading, and I just straight up tell him what I'm reading because I thought like, oh, okay, he's probably an old punk if he's asking me what I'm reading, and he can clearly see what I'm reading, you know. And I just tell him like, oh yeah, it's Anarchism in the Black Revolution. It's by former Black Panther, and it's pretty cool, you know. And he just straight up asked me, like, no, like completely seriously, have you ever heard of Mein Kampf?
Oh my god.
He just straight up asked me on the shop. I'm not making this shit up. He asked me about my cum. And I'm like, yes, I've heard of it. Where are you going with this? And he straight up is trying to convince me that the guy who wrote that literally was not only not that bad, but actually he tried to compare him to fucking Thanos. That he didn't. Oh, he wasn't like he wasn't a racist, but that he was just a Malthusian like fucking Thanos. I'm like,
He wasn't that bad. He just wanted to wipe out happy.
no, I'm like Thanos was bad too. What are you talking about?
If anything, it just makes Malthusian fucking philosophy seem very shitty.
I mean, Malthusianism is also racist as fuck. Yeah, like, no, but, and I'm just like, but like at the time, like I was like this, you know, he was like this 6'5" dude, and I'm hearing about fights between, you know, these fights that are going on. I'm like, oh, this is probably the guy that's instigating them. So like, I'm just gonna, you know, just have him talk, you know, just have him keep talking. I'll keep shaking my head until he finally fucks off. Because I'm not gonna be picking a fight with that guy, because I can't win that battle.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
I feel
No, yeah, yeah, no, he just straight up asked me that fucking question. As I literally told him, I'm talking like the most funny thing is that it was after I told him about the person that I was reading. Like if I was reading like, I don't know, like a generic history book or, you know, by, you know, white man number 55, like I would understand why he'd be like, oh, you know, there's this lie that's going around about, but like I was reading shit from a fucking Black Panther, and he's like, this is a viable candidate for white supremacy.
I feel like that's giving him too much credit, as if he knew who you were even reading about.
I literally said he was a former Black Panther too. Like it's called Anarchism and the Black Revolution. And he's like, all right, I'm gonna start talking about double H.
Well, that's what it is. He heard anarchism. He saw a white person. I mean, I don't want to assume I just icon, or at least light skinned person, and was all like, you know what? I hear anarchism. You like Mein Kampf? Like, how is that even?
Yo, no, oh my god, I have an even crazier story by a similar racist later on, about a year later, a guy who's actually I consider my friend for a while until he said that whatever he said. But basically, a year later, I'm kind of hanging with one of my coworkers, and basically my job is to like be on top of these like super high platforms on this massive like electronic sorter that sorts out the packages. And we're on the radio, and so if anything malfunctions or anything, we're the one to call to basically like fix it like that. And we're supposed to know where everything's at just by letters and numbers. Like, oh, D34 is offline. Go unjam it. Go see what's the problem. Go look at the sensor. And we have to know what that is. So it was a pretty important job, but we didn't get paid anymore for it. We just got closer up to the management for it. And you know, I was lucky to be able to get that job because you weren't in the load side or unload as much when you're in that job. So I was just kind of like, you know, and so one time I was just bored. I was talking to this guy. He seems like a pretty like, you know, sweet enough, you know, guy. He was a veteran, so he's a former Navy. And you know, but he seems like all right enough, you know. And we're talking, and he talks about his previous job. Talks about how he came over from the Amazon down the street, you know, and then like, and keep in mind, just before this conversation, I was just complaining to him about how racist my fucking family is towards my black partner. He literally goes, like, not just like, oh, like typical like thing that a white person would usually say about black people, like, oh, you know, they're this, that, and the third, like dog whistle. He just straight up calls them the N-word and says that they don't deserve to live.
Wow.
And I'm just like, I chewed him out for it. I'm like, what the actual fuck? No, do not ever fucking speak about that shit again. That's totally unprofessional. You do not fucking say that shit about your coworkers or anybody around me, or I'm not fucking with you. I'm not doing anything for you. I'm not calling in any favors, and I'm gonna report you to fucking management. Don't you ever fucking say that shit to me again. And then a few days later, he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about it. I'm sorry." I'm like, "Yeah, whatever." You know, like you're sorry you got caught saying shit to the wrong person.
Exactly.
You said like they were saying this about your black partner.
No, about our black coworkers and his former coworkers at Amazon. Like the black folks I was talking about who were like overrepresented, who were like about 40% of the workforce on the ground, you know.
Oh, okay.
Who were coming in from east, from like around St. Louis or even farther than that, you know, who were just trying to make a living. Some of them were, you know, like just you know, like whatever there was, you know, getting whatever jobs they can get, you know. And
yeah, because he
was I mean, if it was about if it was about my partner, I would have beat the shit out of him. Absolutely. I do not give a fuck.
I was just about to say.
I do not give a fuck.
I was about to say, like, because I heard you mention like your black partner, and then
yeah.
Sorry, I kind of zoned out. I'm like multitasking. So like I heard you mention like your black. I heard you mention like your black partner, and then
I had just talked about that right before we went on that racist tirade. Yeah, which is even more
like
jarring to me. I don't know why people think no matter what I say or do that I'm okay with white supremacy. Like these people are that fucking stupid. I don't know.
It's a lack of self-awareness. It's a lack of self-awareness. I was just about to say that, like, because I thought you were talking to him about your black partner, and then that triggered the whole N-word, they deserve to die type shit. Because I was just about to say, like,
no,
like,
if that was the cause, then I would have definitely I would not have been just talking to him about that issue. I would have been doing something else.
I think I'm gonna get ready to grab something. So I'll probably raid out here.
What a topic to end on.
I know, right? I was just about to head out too. It was interesting. It was like,
I brought the mood down. I'm sorry.
No, not at all. I'm just saying that I've been streaming for almost 5 hours now, and I haven't eaten yet. And I'm just like fucking starving. So
yeah.
Oh yeah,
and
I came in like
I came in not soon after you did. So I was like, oh shit, my roommates just came home. I think it's need to go. Time to eat.
Yeah. No, you guys need to eat. But yeah.
Thanks for coming through and pulling up.
Oh, absolutely. I always
it was good to meet you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll probably be back in VC and shit on later. I just need to eat and raid out.
No, yeah, absolutely. I totally get it.
All right,
you guys have a good day. It was good. It was good chatting with you guys.
Absolutely. All right, bye, chat. Bye.
And thank you guys for listening. Thank you, chat. You know, don't forget to check me out on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, let me look you up real quick before we get out here.
All right, y'all. I'm in the cemetery. Thanks for watching, y'all. Yeah, what you witnessed today is pretty much all of my channel is. So thanks for watching. I'm gonna raid the serfs because I haven't raided them yet. I'll probably be back on tomorrow. We'll see. But thanks for watching, y'all. I'll catch y'all later. Alright, now it's time to talk shit about Dylan Burns.